got quite a bit on the table, and we're looking forward to the dialogue. And so thank you so very much.
And now our host, Travis.
Awesome. Well, Dr. Danford, thank you so much for that introduction, giving everybody understanding about the amazing work that the Jacksonville Urban League is doing in our city. So let's give the Jacksonville Urban League a big round of applause. All the work they've been doing. And Dr. Danford, for those who don't know, how long has the Jacksonville Urban League been impacting Jacksonville?
Well, since 1947, actually 2 years after I was born. So, so do the math.
I love it.
We only get better with age, okay?
That's what I'm talking about. Well, man, the impact that you guys have had, man, is definitely having a cyclical effect of positivity here in Jacksonville, and we want to continue that. So today's focus and today's theme is about crime prevention through community engagement. If we don't engage the community, we can't prevent the crime. So we have like I said, we have a lot of guests today, and so I'm gonna go ahead and flow through. We do have students who are participating today as well. So let's give a hand clap for our youth for participating on a Saturday morning. They ain't watching cartoons on Saturday. They actually participating for a Jacksonville Urban League event. So that's big. Or watching YouTube. So we're definitely proud of them for that. And with that being said, hopefully we have enough youth who participate, because I have Walmart gift cards that I will be giving out based off of participation and answering certain questions. So you definitely want to make sure that you tune in, that you listen. Also, we want this to be a situation where the youth learn from the adults, but the adults also learn from the youth. We all want to walk away from this experience growing in some form or fashion in our perspectives, some new knowledge, but we want to learn from each other during this event here. I would ask everybody to have what's called an empathetic outlook. One person looking on one side may call it a 6, somebody else may call it a 9, but if you stand on the opposite side, the 6 can turn into a 9 as well. So it depends on where you're standing from. So we want to stand in other people's perspective and learn from that as well, and find out how we can make a better impact in Jacksonville. So without further ado, guys, we're going to go ahead and move forward. So we did our opening remarks here, and now we're going to move forward into talk about COVID-19.
No, not yet. No, not yet.
Yeah, no, we still have to introduce Pastor Mark Griffin, the Honorable Charles Colford, and all of our honorable guests that are on right now. And then Miss Rhonda Lee's. Oh, he is? Whoa.
This time. All right. So we just had Dr. Richard Danford speak. Now let's have Pastor Mark Griffin. We want to have him do some opening remarks in regards to Crime and Safety Reduction Commission, about the Crime and Safety Reduction Commission. All right, without further ado, y'all give a big round of applause for Pastor Mark Griffin.
Thank you. I'll even clap for myself. Good morning to everyone, and to Dr. Richard Danford, my longtime friend and fraternity brother, the members of the board of directors, the staff, and the volunteers of the Jacksonville Urban League. First of all, let me thank you and congratulate you for setting up this very important dialogue, and to all the esteemed panelists that are here. It is indeed my honor to be with you. I serve as a chairman of the Safety and Crime Reduction Commission, and in that role, I'm privileged to work along with Dr. Danford. I think I saw our vice chair, Connie Hall, also on this dialogue. And we are a community of volunteers that are working very hard to try to solve what has been a very challenging issue for us here in Jacksonville for quite a long time, quite frankly. And as you look at the people that are participating, I think one thing that we all have in common is that we are all achievers. We are accustomed to solving problems. And this crime issue is one that is frustrated all of us because again, we're so used to getting things done, and we are getting things done. It's just not happening as quickly as we would want them to be. Right now, I sit in my office at our West Campus location, right across the street from Valencia Way Apartments, formerly known as Eureka Gardens Apartments. And many of you can recall that a few years ago, every night in the news, it was a story coming out of that community. And so now we see that is shifted over into the Arlington area. And as I've been saying all along, it doesn't matter what neighborhood, what community, it's a Jacksonville problem. And so I'm I'm looking forward to continue to work with Councilwoman Morgan, who is providing tremendous leadership to the Arlington community. And I do want her to know that I was in dialogue earlier this week with the leadership of the Kids Hope Alliance to see what we can do to direct some resources directly into that particular community. I will close with this. After having been invited to participate in Councilwoman Morgan's press conference, I participated, or I kind of observed the town hall meeting that she had by way of Zoom, not to actually interject, but just to observe. And what I observed in that Zoom town hall meeting, I observed young people and old people. I observed Black people and white people. I observed people who were from all walks of life, but the common thing that they all had was that they were frustrated with crime and violence in their community. In that particular meeting, no one cared who was a Republican or who was a Democrat. But what was most important, that we were all citizens of Jacksonville. And I would say to us, as we continue to work together, let's just put all the agendas aside, because the bottom line, all of us are sick and tired of crime and violence in our city. We can't do it by ourselves, but together, I think we can solve this issue. So again, I'm glad to be a part of this dialogue, and I won't be able to stay on because at this moment, we're actually having a flu vaccine drive here at our West Campus. So I'd encourage you also to get your flu shots. And as Dr. Danford has said, make sure that between now and November 3rd, make sure that you have voted. Again, God bless you. I'm glad to be a part of this very important conversation.
That's so awesome. Thank you so much, Pastor Mark Griffin. We appreciate all the work that you're doing. If you can, this is not like we're not in person, but unmute yourself and give him a round of applause for the work that he's doing. If you can, we love it. Thank you so much, Pastor Mark Griffin. Continue the great work, sir. All right, next up, we have the Honorable Charles Kofer from the Public Defender's Office. Give him a big round of applause as he steps up to the stage.
All right. Thank you very much for inviting me, and Dr. Danford, thank you for thinking of me to come in and share some comments with you all. Give you a little history. I'm now completing my 40th year involved in the criminal justice system. 18 and a half years as an assistant public defender, 17 and a half years as a judge, and now almost 4 years as the elected defender. And I really applaud people who want to try to address the issue of how we reduce crime in our community. I would like nothing more than to be put out of a job. That would be great for our community. But one thing I think too many people within our community think is the way they place the responsibility for reducing the crime problem in our community upon the sheriff. Our sheriff does a good job at solving crimes, but sheriffs in general cannot solve what generates crime and cannot solve the crime problem in communities. And that is a community effort, because you have to deal what is the source of crime. As y'all are talking through these issues, some of the things I think that should be focused on is how do we reduce the trauma which many of our children are raised in within the community. Having represented many young people and many people charged with crime over time, you see a common element, particularly in terms of people who commit crimes of violence, and that has been committed by individuals who have been raised in traumatic environments. I've always been amazed at how many young people who I've represented who have been charged with homicide have, as a youth, witnessed a homicide or have known somebody very close to them, either a friend or family member who is a victim of a homicide. Secondly, how do we get parents more involved in their children's lives and their schooling? I think that's so important. How do we steer children away from gangs and get them involved in teams and clubs and in doing service projects to others?
Kid told me something, we got to stay on here too. I said no.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I hope not.
How do we tackle the issue of poverty that continues to be?
Wait, Mr. Cofer, you've been muted. May you please unmute yourself? My apologies.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Cool, thank you.
Got muted, but go back. How do we get parents more involved in their children's lives and schooling? How do we steer children away from gangs, to teams, to clubs, to service to others? And how do we tackle the issue of poverty that continues to be the root cause of so many problems that we see leading young people to criminal activity? One thing that we miss when we meet to explore solutions to the problems in our communities is how we can help through personal involvement. I will tell you, over my 40 years in the criminal justice system, the saddest cases I've had to deal with involve those who are really basically involving kids who are good kids, have not been in any problems, with very bright futures, who have made momentary bad decisions to do something which young people think of as doing something stupid, which they don't think is serious, but which spins out of control quickly and winds up ruining their lives or the lives of other individuals. And once that prank or minor stunt or minor offense occurs and spins out of control, there's no recapturing the lives ruined. We know from talking with doctors who we consult with in our cases that the human brain is not fully formed until people reach the age of 25 to 30 years old. And this is something that's been recognized by the United States Supreme Court. And it helps to explain why so many young people wind up going to prison or wind up being hurt as a result of making bad decisions. So for the youth here, I implore you to dedicate yourself to avoid doing stupid things as you work your way into childhood. None of these adults here on this panel have gotten through their childhood without doing stupid things. Many of them, myself included, have done stupid things as a youth. But we, for the good graces of God, it did not lead us into more serious problems. But more than that, more than your personal dedication to making good decisions, dedicate yourself to helping your friends and other schoolmates from doing the same. Doing the right thing at every moment of your life is so easy, and it has its own rewards. So during your time here today for the youth, listen, be involved, be part of the solution of how we reduce the elements within our community that cause crime. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, and I congratulate you on the effort.
Thank you so much, Mr. Charlie Cofer. Well said, very impactful. I definitely will use one of your quotes as one of the questions, specifically about what was that age range where the brain actually fully developed. So students, if you were listening, that question will pop up, and that will be utilized to help you guys get your incentive. But Well said and very, very meaningful. We definitely have to get to the root, to the source of the crime, and that is key right there. Really giving our youth new avenues in order to do positive things. And I love his transparency. We've all done stupid things as youth. I think many times as adults, we don't talk about the stupid things that we have done. So children don't feel like we're transparent, especially in the social media world. You know, the people who they idolize are very transparent about what they do. You know, so I thank you so much for sharing that. Next up, we have Miss Joyce Morgan, City Council member. Let's give her a big round of applause as she takes the stage. All right.
Good. Thank you so much, Travis. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. I just have to follow the lead of the two speakers before me. And first of all, thank my husband, Dr. Richard Danford of the Jacksonville Urban League, for his service to the community and to the Urban League for so many years now. I think it's going on 30 years. But I am the district councilwoman for District 1, and as Pastor Griffin said, we have been impacted by crime in a very major fashion for the last week and a half, and it just doesn't seem to be letting up. I get calls in the middle of the night. I get calls and text messages from our assistant chief, Lakeisha Burton. And I just want to give a shout out to Chief Burton because she has been working with me hand in hand. And as you've already heard, and I just think we're speaking to the choir today, you all understand that the police can't do it by themselves. I certainly can't do it by myself. And I think it's amazing that constituents believe that I have done something wrong in the community when crime hits. I'm not even the crime fighter, but I think it's our way of just lashing out and saying we're frustrated, we're outraged, we're angry, and we need somebody to help. And so that's where I stand. I stand in the gap. I'm one of those that believes that it's through combined efforts that we do anything. If we don't have partnerships, we can really forget this. We're not going to make it. And as Charles Cofer just said, it is incumbent upon us not only to reach out to schools, organization, businesses, nonprofit organizations like the Jacksonville Urban League. Of course, I reach out to Jacksonville University, which sits in the middle of my district. I also reach out to people like Pastor Mark Griffin and my churches, citizens. That's the only way we're going to make any kind of headway when it comes to these crimes that are being committed. And let me just be clear. I believe the recent crimes, they're horrible. I've had crimes where a child was shot and his father killed at a football game. So, I mean, it's shocking. Pregnant women being shot. It just goes on and on and on. But this is not the start of it. This is just the most recent string of violence in our city and in District 1. So I just think that all of the initiatives that we talk about, all of the prevention, all of the intervention where possible, for me, it's cleaning up blight. I just think that the neighborhoods have to be a lot cleaner so that the criminals don't think they can just come in because this area is not well kept. So we just have to do our part on that. Workforce development, the Urban League is involved in workforce development, economic development, opportunities. All of those are so important. Then I'm just not going to sit here today and just say that personal responsibility does not play a major role in this. At some point, there has to be a level of personal responsibility. Our parents have got to take personal responsibility. Children, just like you said, we all make mistakes, but we also have to take some level of personal responsibility for what's going on in our lives. Because as it's been said, The sheriff's office, they're solving crimes out there. We need their advanced technology. We need all of their crime fighting tools that they're putting on the street, and more patrols in the neighborhood. That would be good. I get telephone calls from my colleagues and friends who live in different parts of the city, and they say that they're just amazed at the number of police officers who are just hanging around where they could be on another side of town taking care of the needs of the community. So, just shifting resources to where they need to go. Again, I'm really excited about the Urban League and what my husband has been doing in the Urban League, what they're doing here in Arlington. I'm especially excited about. And as I listen to each one of you, just know that I'm rolling up my sleeves and I'm ready to work. I don't care about getting dirty. I'm out there, and I'll be walking the districts. We're walking the districts next week. I walk as many communities and neighborhoods as I can, just so people can see us and understand that we're all in this together. And with each of you, I know you all are in the fight. You all are just like me. You see the impact that it's having on our children, that it's having on our schools. It is monumental. It's a monumental task, but I believe that we can all do it. And I thank Pastor Griffin for working with me so closely. And I invite each one of you, whoever wants to come out and help, I invite you to join me. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Joyce. You said some really powerful things about what's going on in certain pockets of the community, how to better use those resources as far as time, to make a better impact and where it's needed the most. So I love it, being more strategic, and I like what you said about that. This won't happen without partnerships. That is key. So this theme is crime prevention through community engagement. That means that no matter what background a person has, we're trying to reach out, we're trying to connect, we're breaking through racial, social, economic barriers in order to connect, because it's going to take that in order for us to see what we want to see as far as crime prevention in Jacksonville. Next up, we have Mr. Octavius Holliday, state attorney for the 4th Judicial Circuit. Y'all give him a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. First of all, I do represent the Honorable Melissa Nelson, and she apologizes for not being here this morning, but wishes you well as far as this forum. But I was glad to get the call, to get the tap, because this is right up my alley in terms of who I am personally. Definitely involved in the community in terms of Omega Psi and 100 Black Men and those kind of efforts, and the Urban League. And so it's a pleasure to be here. Officially and professionally, I work with over 2 divisions. One is the Human Rights Division, which handles elder abuse and handles hate crimes, officer-involved violence, and human trafficking. But more specifically, I think this forum is perfect to announce our new initiative, one that is I'm over as well. I have 2 of my teammates on the call. I was expecting a 3rd one, but we have ASA Veronica Brown on the call. We have longtime investigator and police officer Brian Jefferson on the call as well. We are rolling out, or we have began the Community Crime Strategies Unit. So, and just echoing some things that Charlie Cofer said earlier, the Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office alike cannot do much more than be responsive to crime a lot of times. But Melissa Nelson, I'm proud to say, believes that we can do more than just sit in our offices and prosecute crime. We can be more engaged in the community. She ran on a platform of transparency, accountability, and trust, and she's holding true to her word in that. So with this unit, we're inviting partners. We invited you to contact our office, the Community Crime Strategies Unit, and we're going to put feet on the ground and try to build these relationships that we feel like can have impact in the community. So it's a pleasure to be here. I'm not sure how it's working. I'm on a panel. A question's going to come at me, but I'll be here for the duration of the morning, hopefully. And any questions you may have, I'll be glad to answer the best I can. But I don't have a number to call. I think the general number to the office is 255-2500, but I am easy to find. I see a lot of familiar faces on this call. They have my cell number, so you can always call me, but we're trying to get more engaged, and we're doing that. We want to do that right now. We just got up and running in the last couple of weeks. So please engage the state attorney's office. We have, I believe, the will and the manpower to assist and try to get some solutions to the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holliday. It's always a pleasure to hear your voice, and we love what you're doing in the community as well. And last but not least, we have Chief T.K. Waters from Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, you got it. All right, I'm gonna have you unmute yourself.
Come on, TK.
TK, are you still with us?
Brad, it looks like you muted yourself. There you go.
Let me see. Mr. TK Waters, can you unmute yourself? All right, going once, going twice. All right, what we'll have to do is once Mr. TK Waters gets back on, we can definitely ensure that he gets his spotlight about the amazing work he's doing with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. So without further ado, we will go ahead and transition. Well, before I transition, I want to thank once again Dr. Richard Danford, Pastor Mark Griffin, the Honorable Charles Coffer, Ms. Joyce Morgan, Octavius Holliday, for sharing those pieces, kind of giving us the background behind, or the setting behind what we're going to be doing. So really appreciate it, guys. So now we're going to transition. I want to actually ask some questions. I want to give out some gift cards. I have 20 gift cards for $20. So I'm a teacher by trade. If you guys don't know who I am, my name is Travis Pinkney. I run an organization called College and Career Red with my wife, Geraldine Pinkney. And we help students get ready, empowered, and determined for college, career, and life. We talk about those solutions, those preventative solutions. So that's our whole deal, helping to prevent that crime starting in the mind. And so we help those students focus on their pathway to college or a career, and how to overcome obstacles on the way to doing that. Because we know one thing, everybody who's incarcerated, at one point in time, they had a vision, they had a dream to do something. Whatever that particular thing is, we want to help them do something great, something positive in Jacksonville. So transitioning out of that, I'm going to get my teach on, and I'm going to ask a few questions. So here's how it works. I'm going to put the question, actually, I'm going to say the question, because I want to make sure everybody's paying attention. And whoever, only students, right? So that means that if you are in 12th grade or below, all right? I see some of the adults like, man, I could use that $20 gift card. Like, it's Saturday, I'm going shopping right after this, right? I know what y'all thinking, my wife included, she's in the background like, I'll take it. So here's how it works. I'm gonna ask the question. Whoever is the first to put the answer in the chat box, the correct answer in the chat box, you will be the one to get that gift card. Okay, now, so here's how it works as well. In regards to you retrieving or receiving your gift card, basically, you will call the Jacksonville Urban League phone number, and I'll put that in the chat box as well, and leave your address information, and it will be mailed to you. I'm sorry, we can't hand deliver it to your house. All right, but we can get it mailed to you. All right, so here we go. All right, question number 1. At what age, I repeat myself, at what age is the brain fully developed? Let's go. I see all the adults. All right, I'm doing my countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. All right, students. 6, don't be afraid. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I got nobody. All right. So I'm gonna stop it right there. Hold on. We got somebody coming in. Anybody? No, nobody in the chat box. Okay, hold on. I see what's going on. I see what's happening. So I do see that the chat box is disabled. All right. So I'm going to ask the administrators to go ahead and activate that chat box for me. And don't worry, I'm gonna come back to that question again. Just be ready, all right? And we're gonna go ahead and transition into our next phase. I'm still gonna ask that question again, but we're gonna go ahead and move forward. All right, our next segment is called COVID-19 and crime. And we have the amazing Dr. Dorothy Russ, who's gonna be presenting during this segment. Let's go ahead and give her a round of applause or snap it up, however you wanna do it. Keep your energy up. It's a Saturday morning. Let's do it. And we're all ears.
All right. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. A screen. And I am going to...
Did you need something, Dr. Russ?
Now do you see it? I'm in.
Give me 1 second.
You were up to 70 people, we need 5 more. I saw that. 5 more. 5 more. Are we on mute?
Dr. Russ, are you trying to share something?
I am. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me a second. I think I need to leave and come back.
Connections. Hey, Travis, Dr. Russ got booted out probably because of her internet connection.
Okay. So what we'll do is I know we have her from 10:30 to 11.
Mm-hmm.
What we can do is will you guys okay with moving forward with workforce development and reentry and then flipping it going back to Dr. Russ at 11 a.m.?
That works.
All right, awesome. So, like I said, we're all about readiness, empowerment, determination. Dr. Russ, we'll get back to you shortly, and we appreciate you participating and volunteering to do this today. So we thank you so much. We're going to go to workforce development and reentry, and we have the amazing Julia Henry Wilson with workforce development, and we also have Chester Daniel with reentry as well. So without further ado, big round of applause. Give me a high five, clap it up, somebody snap it up for them. And we're all ears, guys.
Go ahead.
All right, good morning. Good morning. I'm glad that you have your ears on because I have a lot to say. So I am Julia Henry Wilson. I'm the director of our Center for Education, Career Development, and Workforce Services. So what I'm here to talk to you about today, of course, is our youth component. Under our Center for Education and Workforce Development and Workforce Services and Career Development, we have a Youth Leadership Academy. And out of that academy, we have 3 different programs for our youth. Of course, we have a summer camp, we have an after-school program, and we have opportunity for employment. So what happens during the course of the summer, so it's summer employment opportunities that we share with everyone. So during the course of the summer, we have our youth can apply online via our website, www.jaxul.org. They can apply online starting in the month of April for summer employment opportunities. So right now we are currently enrolling for our after-school program, which provides education, career development, because little people want to tell you what they want to be when they grow up. So we make sure that all of that is encompassed inside of our program. And inside of the Leadership Academy component, we focus on the academics, of course, first, and then we focus on career exploration, and then, of course, employment. So I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about that particular program. And I have a guest who's going to pop in, because I thought I was going to be talking like around 11 o'clock, because this year she's going to bring in something brand new, and we're going to have an apprenticeship program. And so I wanted her to talk about the pre-apprenticeship program, where we go into the high schools, middle schools and high schools, and recruit individuals for our pre-apprenticeship program. And it's exciting for the Jacksonville Urban League. We are partnering with Miller Electric. So we want to make sure that those careers that we really need are still there. Of course, we need every career that's out there, but we definitely want to empower our youth through that. So I just want to give you a little bit about the Center for Education, Career Development, and Workforce Services. We focus on a particular topic, and it is entitled, It's Your Career, Now Make It Happen. And so we focus that on our youth, and we centered around our youth as well as our adults. So the first thing that happens when you come to our program is we find out what it is that you want to do. Because of course, a lot of times we're told, do this, do that, do the other, and take that career, and run with it. But we find out what the youth is interested in, what interests them the most, and that's the area that we focus on during their introduction to the world of work. And then of course, we find out through them deciding what they want to do once they finish growing up. And then we place them in with our community partners in employment opportunities for the summer over a period of 6 weeks. And they do receive a nice, healthy paycheck during the course of that time. And so one person is always selected to be the supervisor or the lead person who helps me to run that particular summer employment program. And I'm really looking forward to it this year. We had an exciting group of young people that worked with us last year. And some of them helped here at the Jacksonville Urban League. We put them in our historic Springfield Community Learning Center area, and just in other locations throughout the city. And that's our plan for this year. So like I said, we will be partnering with Miller Electric, and she'll come up shortly. And then of course, we'll come back and we will give her an opportunity just to say a small something about the apprenticeship program, because it'll be brand new to us here at the Jacksonville Urban League, and we're really, really excited about it. So does anybody have any questions concerning the employment opportunities for youth? We start from age 16 and go up to age 22. And they are employed for a period of 6 weeks, and they work 5 hours per day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And so when you're coming to apply, make sure that you're going to be available on those days. And usually the hours are around 8:30 to 3. So we do give you a lunch break, about an hour for lunch. So sometimes you may have to stay until 3:30, depending on what area that you're in. But when we assign you to an employer, it's important to us that you know what the requirements are from those individual employers. And that's why it's important for us to do our orientation and training through the introduction to the world of work, which talks about the importance of employment. It talks about having and developing those professional work ethics, along with diversity and inclusion, because we know that we're in this world that we're in now. There's a lot of people in this world, and we need to be respectful of what they like, as well as them being respectful for what you like. And so working to enhance that training, enhance your knowledge, and then we throw in a little community service, because we believe in giving back to the community. So we provide some hands-on activities for you. We provide an introduction to the world of work, and we definitely provide a paycheck for you. So I know those things are extremely important, because when our youth leave us, we want them to really and truly be ready to enter into the world of work. So do anybody have any questions? Any questions about the area, about the program, about the 3 different components that we focus on? Because those components are important to us. And we are making sure that our youth focus in the areas of high demand occupations, because we want them to be ready for the world of work and become a very, responsible citizen and contribute to the overall economic system that we live in. So do anybody have any questions whatsoever? Once again, our applications come out in the month of April, and you can fill out your interest form on our website. And once again, that's www.jaxul.org. And one of the other ways that you can reach us, you can always call me directly if you have any questions after today. Area code 904-723-4030. Please give me a call. And if you want to register your child in our after school program, which is going on right now, or if you want to register your child for our upcoming summer camp for 2021, we have 2 exciting locations for our summer camp. And then, of course, if you're interested in the employment opportunity component, and we will be having a series of workshops coming up to the timeline or the time frame in order for you to apply for those particular positions. And we'll post positions that we'll have. We'll post the names of some of our community partners where our youth will be placed. So it's going to be an exciting time for 2021. 2020, if you thought 2020 was exciting, wait until we hit 2021. Thank you so much. Once again, this is Julia Henry Wilson. I'm the director of our Center for Education, Career Development, and Workforce Services, located right here at 903 West Union Street at the Jacksonville Urban League. Now, of course, our after school program is located at 5543 Fort Caroline Road in our Jacksonville Urban League Fort Caroline Empowerment Center. So come and see us. Thank you.
Awesome. I actually have a question. My
Yes.
question is tying it back into the theme. You're doing some amazing work with the youth, helping them get prepared. What role do you think your program plays in impacting the decrease in crime amongst our youth?
I believe that my particular program impacts or helps to define what that is, because we teach our students to be, we teach our staff when we hire them to be streetwise and not to, cause any problems, but then, help to solve those particular problems. So I think the crime prevention piece, and especially, you hate to tie it into finances, but once we have the money that we need to survive or the money that we need to become empowered ourselves, we're less likely to think about those criminal elements. And one of the things that we do, we make sure that we reach out not to the most vulnerable student, but to that student that's interested in having a better life and starting a better career and starting their career early in life, which helps them to prevent wanting to be around those criminal elements. And so that's one of the things that I think this program does. It provides that education that they need, encouraging them to make sure that they are fulfilling that educational requirement, number one, which is going to make them much more self-sufficient. And then, of course, trying to determine what kind of career do I want, not just sitting home. And sometimes our youth do have to stay home and babysit or watch their siblings or something like that. And that's why we can segue into the after school program and the summer camp. So that teenager that's hired for the summer may have some siblings that can enroll into the summer camp program. So ergo, they're still kind of watching them, but now you're getting paid to watch, your relatives or your siblings. And then, of course, that employment piece. And that's extremely important because we all want to be financially, savvy and financially able to take care of ourselves. So we're less likely to get out there in that criminal element to steal something from somebody or to break in someone's home, trying to get some of the things that we would like to have, or surrounding ourselves with a different type of criminal element. So I believe that this program fits into the theme of today's event, as well as our overall theme for the Jacksonville Urban League.
Absolutely. That is very powerful, very true. It makes sense. You talked about the finance aspect of it. You're right. If they have the money to get the things that they need, the basic necessities, some people are committing crimes for basic necessities. So,
Yes.
man, that's very powerful, and that's real. That's really real to the students. I remember Rhonda and the Jacksonville Urban League had Rick Ross, the
Yes.
notorious drug dealer, who came out, and I had the opportunity to sit down with him over some Jamaican food, and when he came out, and we talked about academics, and we talked about finance a little bit, but he said one thing. He said, you know, Travis, you have to make sure that these kids don't look at academics as in, oh, I just get a credential. He said, how does academic achievement equal paying bills? You know, paying for, you know, lights, paying for water, paying for a cell phone, you know, car insurance, you know, how does it equate to those basic necessities? And I think what you're doing with your program is really hitting on that with the apprenticeship programs, and then really seeing how they can finance a lifestyle, you know, through getting involved early with understanding their career. So that's really big. Any additional questions anybody have for Miss Julia Henry Wilson about her program and what she's doing?
I do want to, just before a question, I do want to add in that we do focus heavily. I did not bring that part out, but we do talk about life skills, and we focus heavily on the financial literacy training. And we have our own in-house guru that comes to our Introduction to the World of Work program and provide that financial literacy training for them. And I know she was very, very disappointed with a group we had a couple of years ago, because she also heads up our community service activity. And so some of the students said they wanted to go to the store, and she said they came back with all these bags of candy and they spent up all of their money in the store, and she was just livid about it. And so we make sure that that piece is important as well, and inside of that introduction to the world of work, because just because you get a paycheck, it doesn't mean you just run out and spend it and then you're going to get another one, because sometimes it may not happen that way. So to make them money wise. And so we have Suzanne Pickett, and she's sitting in the back. Wave at everybody, Suzanne. So she's our in-house guru for that particular component.
Awesome. We love that. We have a question from Glenn Wise. Glenn Wise, you have the floor. Going once, going twice. Glenn Wise.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi. So I'm a friend of Suzanne Pickett's. Live in the Northwest neighborhoods. And I just wondered, in terms of employment, and in terms of this kind of training, how you're dealing with youth who are very creative. In other words, that their energy goes towards the arts, whether it's music or dance or drawing or painting, and how you incorporate that, because one of the things that the arts provides is fulfillment, even if the economics are not the best, but still your life can be fulfilled.
Okay, I'm gonna give way to our in-house guru, because she's an artist as well. And so we do incorporate that in our program, believe it or not. It's also in our after-school program. So we have the arts, we have the fine arts piece in there, and she's going to help us out. So this is Miss Suzanne Pickett, and she's gonna come forward, and I'm gonna just step right over here to the side and let Miss Suzanne do that.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that great question, Glenn. So I'm Suzanne Pickett. I'm the Director of Housing and Financial Education here at the Jacksonville Urban League. And as Julia mentioned, I am also a visual artist. So in all of our programs, and Julia mentioned, we're starting our after-school enrichment program, which will include economic activities. But we have also included creative enterprise programs into all of our curricula. So it doesn't matter what a individual or youth is interested in, we find methods of employment for them that include creativity for those youth and adults. So what we try to do, I'm a believer in taking the nourishing of natural talent, and we understand that there are a diverse group of talents and creative people. So we work very hard to allow our clients and participants to follow the path that's set before them, whether it's creativity, non-creativity, blue collar, whatever type of job, whatever type of college education. they're interested in, we do due diligence to find those partnerships to provide that to our participants.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that piece. And Glenn Wise, thank you so much for asking that question. That is a huge aspect of talking about the arts for our youth. And I love how you guys are kind of interweaving the arts in whatever career, passions, interests the kids have. Students should be creative. That's going to be a huge asset in the 21st century economy as we move forward. So thank you so much. Any last questions? Any last questions you guys have for Miss Julia and program? Any last questions? Going once, going twice.
Hey, Travis, I think Chief Waters is actually here now.
Chief Waters is here? Okay. Well, this is a perfect time before we transition to highlight, spotlight Chief Waters with the amazing work he's doing with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Chief Waters, you have the floor. Let's give him a big round of applause. All right.
Where's the chief?
I see him, Chief Thomas Waters.
All right. Yes, sir. You can unmute yourself, Mr. Waters.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
All right. Good morning. First of all, let me apologize for my tardiness. I view punctuality very seriously, and I've been struggling with a bit of a migraine this morning, so I kind of trying to sleep it off and it messed up my time schedule. But I apologize. I'm here now. Thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to at least be a part and listen to the discussion and maybe even be a part of it as best we can. I've had the fortunate, I've been fortunate enough to serve the citizens of Jacksonville with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office now for over 29 years. I am currently the Chief of Investigations with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, and that affords me the opportunity to do a lot of things. When I started in 1991, I believe it was, I never saw myself where I am now. I think what I would like to say about that is that any young person that's interested in this law enforcement work, the opportunities and the possibilities are limitless. And there are so many different things you can do. But as a Chief of Investigations, I have a privilege to be one of the first eyes to take a look at some of these officer-involved incidents that our guys are involved in. I run the homicide unit, the sexual assault unit or special assault unit, our crimes against persons units, our crime evidence technician units. All those different things are under my purview, and it gives me an opportunity to serve in a very good spot within the Sheriff's Office. I also had the distinct opportunity to be involved in, prior to getting appointed to the Chief of Investigations, I had the distinct pleasure of being involved in our opportunity to partner with the national security for communities with John Jay College in New York City. And what it was, they came down here with us, and we figured out some things that we were doing and how we could do better with serving our community. We hired a manager for our community service manager, and his name is Garden Scott. We get an opportunity to go out and we create an operation called Operation Safe Passage, where we utilize churches and faith organizations to be a conduit between the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and those young men and young ladies out there that are struggling and find themselves in tough situations. There's so much to say. There's so much that we've been involved in. Our Police Athletic League is a big part of what we do, is a big part of our reaching out, and then our community section. We have a chief there to help us with those things, and there's just a lot of good things happening at JSO. And if you want to find out, and if anyone listening would like to find out more information, if they want to be a part of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, I know this is not a commercial, but this is a part. If people want to see change, and if there's something that you see that you don't like, and you want to be a part of it, go to joinjso.com and become a part of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office so you can change things from the inside. And my opportunities since I've been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office have expanded tremendously. And I have opportunities to affect change in places where I never thought I would. I thank you guys for giving me an opportunity to be here. I bring you greetings from Sheriff Mike Williams in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, and I'm here for you, and I'm gonna listen, and we'll just go from there. Thank you very much.
All right, let me see. All right, thank you so much, Chief TK Waters. Once again, give him a big round of applause. I also want to just say that I personally admire seeing African American male role models in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. You may know my uncle Roderick Pinckney. Yeah, absolutely, yes, sir. Yeah, so he was a big role model in my life and a role model in a lot of other young men's lives. And I will say it makes a big difference. It really makes a big difference. So I really appreciate what you said. You know, we can also change things from the inside out as well. And I think getting more young men interested in, you know, law enforcement, being police officers and things like that, you know, that's a really good way to make an impact in the community. And I think having young males open up to that piece, because, you know, a lot of young males in the community feel like, oh, I ain't gonna be the police. You know, it's a bad connotation with being a police officer. But growing up with one who was basically like my father, you know, it was, man, that man served the community. He served me, and he's a hero to a lot of people. And I think a lot of young men, especially our young Black men, need to see more of that, but also begin to kind of rethink what that looks like even for a career path. So awesome work what you're doing, and we thank you so much. We have Stanley Scott who just raised their hand real quick. I think he has a brief question. Stanley Scott, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question there. He might have been giving you a high five. All right. So that's totally fine. All right, guys, we have actually completed the first quarter of today's event. You know, I'm breaking this down in football time. So the first quarter is over. We are up. We scored some touchdowns. We got the backdrop, the understanding of what's going on in our community as far as crime. But we do know that COVID-19 is something that affects everybody. You know, crime is at different levels in different neighborhoods, but COVID-19, it affects everybody. And so we're going to go ahead and go back to Dr. Dorothy Russ, and she has a presentation about COVID-19 and crime. So let's give her a big round of applause as she gets ready to present here.
Dr. Russ, are you ready for me to share my screen? Oh, wait, make sure she's. Dr.
All right,
Russ, you can.
I'm
There
good
you
now.
go.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm ready for the screen share. I'm not going to attempt this again. Thank you. Please take it over. All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. One of my favorite things about the Urban League is they make it work. All right, I am Dr. Dory Russ. I am at AIDS Healthcare Foundation working with our HIV population. So this has definitely been an interesting time for me. Today, we're going to talk about COVID-19. It's going to be some basic information, but then we're also going to talk about how it ties into crime. Next slide, please. I have no financial disclosures, and I hope one day that I do. I think that it's important to acknowledge that we've now been dealing with COVID for 10 months. I think it's important to acknowledge our feelings about it. And I think the greatest movie ever is Inside Out, which addresses disgust, fear, joy, sadness, and anger. And I personally can have any or all of these emotions when talking about COVID. I think that it's important to acknowledge those as well in the audience. So if you're sick of hearing about COVID, I apologize. It's still with us. We had over 98,000 new cases in the United States yesterday. If you're angry about it, make sure you go and vote. If you're sad, if you've lost a relative, it's important to deal with that in a healthy way. And we're going to keep going. Next slide, please. All right. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't know what it is, but just in case you're that person who doesn't and you don't feel comfortable raising your hand, COVID-19 is the coronavirus disease 2019, and it's a syndrome that's actually caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2. So when we think about viruses, they're in different families. So influenza is a family, HIV is a family, hepatitis is a family, coronavirus is a family. Within those families, you have different cousins. Some cause a little bit of havoc, some cause global pandemics. COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2 is one of those examples. What are the symptoms? You can have fever, cough, shortness of breath, muscle aches, headaches, diarrhea, sore throat, vomiting, and of course, the loss of taste or smell. Or you may have none of those, which is what makes this such a challenging disease to combat. Next slide, please. All right, so just to give you a scope of the problem, and these are statistics that are up to date as of 9 a.m. this morning. In the world, we've had over 1,100,000 deaths with a total of 46 million cases, which gives us a case fatality ratio of 2.6%. So that means for everybody that gets it, 2.6% of those people globally will die. In America, we have had 235,193 deaths out of a total of 9,319,000 cases, or a 2.5 case fatality ratio. I've been tracking this since March, April, and this is the first time that the global and the United States are right about at the same point. It's a devastating disease. It's a devastating in the terms of the consequences it's had in every aspect of our life. We acknowledge that, but we're not out of the woods. We're in the, depending on who you ask, the second or the third wave as a country and in the world as well. So it's no time to let up. It's still time to wear your mask, wash your hands, social distance. It's not easy. It's hard. It's really, really hard to change behavior and things we used to take for granted. But if we want to make it to 2021, this is kind of where we are right now. Next slide, please. And again, I think everyone at this point knows how serious this is compared to the flu, but just in case you don't, we'll talk about some ratios as well. So we have the basic reproductive number, which is R naught, and that stands for everybody that gets it, how many people do you spread it to? So for the flu, on average, for every person that has the flu, they spread it to 1.3 people, compared to COVID-19, which is 2 to 2.5 people. So we're talking about exponential growth. Okay. And you can also see that in America, we just went from 8 million cases to 9 million cases. So a total of 1 million in the shortest time period that we've had 1 million cases, 1 million new cases. What makes this dangerous as well is the incubation time. So with the flu, usually you're going to start to feel sick within a few days. Now you can go around and expose other people over 2 weeks. That's why that isolation or quarantine time is still 1 to 14 days. Well, the quarantine time is 14 days because you may not become symptomatic for up to 2 weeks, or you may not become symptomatic at all, but you're still spreading the virus itself. Hospitalization rate for the flu is typically 2%. When we started with COVID, it was 19%. That has changed, but due to the way the country is and the pockets where we're having those increased numbers, we can't get a single statistic to say what it is. We know now in our Midwest and Great Plains states, they're at 100% capacity in their ICUs. So we still need to do everything we can to prevent the further spread. And we talked about the case fatality rate now being at about 2.5% for COVID compared to 0.1% for the flu. Next slide, please. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight, because this is a talk targeted at our teenagers, and technically you're still considered our pediatric population, is something called multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, which typically targets children 2 to 15. We have seen some outliers with patients having the same symptoms up to about the age of 21. And what makes this particularly challenging is symptoms may not appear for up to 4 weeks after exposure to the virus, and you may have been asymptomatic when you were initially exposed to the virus, so not even knowing you had it. And these can include weakness, fatigue, a red rash, abdominal pain, nausea and vomiting, diarrhea, red cracked lips, red eyes, or swollen hands and feet. What's really important to know and recognize these symptoms is because this is treatable with aggressive medication, but it has to be recognized early on. Next slide, please. So that lets us talk about the medical part, the public health part. It's still a crisis. It's still something that requires all of us to be a participant. But then the Urban League challenged me to find the relationship between COVID and crime. So again, I know we're muted and the chat box is doing its own thing, but just think for a second what you think the relationship is between COVID-19 and crime. Did it increase crime, decrease crime? Everybody's been busy trying to get toilet paper, so no one's thinking about crime. How do you think it impacted it? Next. It depends. So we'll talk about that. It actually, we'll see that some crimes went up, some crimes went down, some crimes were unimpacted. And now that was looking back about when we were in the shutdown period. So it'll be even more interesting to see as we go further. Next slide. So I am not a criminologist, but these were the research trends and statistics that I was able to find. So they looked at 25 major US cities, and what they found were during the period of March, April, and May, that calls for service for law enforcement officers dropped. So that's actually one of their markers for did crime drop. And in major cities overall, crime dropped about 35%. In Philadelphia, what they also noticed that the total number of stops by police officers were was over 50%. However, the percentage of African Americans who were stopped increased. They're actually attributing this to the demographics of essential workers. So we know with the social determinants of health, which are those things that impact your health, but isn't something that you can fix in the exam room with your doctor. It's more of a systemic issue. We know that sometimes people of color tend to have lower paying jobs. We're doing those essential jobs, essential services, such as working at the gas station or working at different stores, being in office and being exposed to people up north where they use public transportation. They were still riding the subway to get to work. So they think that that's also part of it. Next slide, please. All right, so these are actually specific trends by crime type, and I found some of these to be surprising, and I've seen some of the issues in the chat box. So crimes that decreased were home burglaries because people were home, so people were less likely to try and break into those homes. Robberies, there were fewer people on the streets, one, to target victims, and two, to actually become the victim. Drug crimes was the one that I found really surprising. So we know in healthcare, for the most part, when people are using substances or abusing substances, it tends to actually be a form of self-medication. So I couldn't figure out why those crimes would drop. And then it was, how many times were people actually arrested for these crimes? So it doesn't mean the number of overdoses decreased. It means the number of time that either someone was arrested, that was what actually decreased. And then overall, the way they categorized it was crimes committed with peers or what decreased because people weren't with their peer groups. So this is where it becomes really important, especially for our teens. So, you know, we had social distancing, people were working from home with remote learning. I know there's some virtual schools, some schools have reopened, some schools have reopened only to close again. But what they also talked about was that time after school. A lot of crimes dropped then because peers weren't together. So as we reopen and as we try to regain some sense of normalcy, it's going to be important to try and take the lessons we've learned from this time and apply it to future situations. What crimes increased? And I saw this in the chat box. Definitely intimate partner violence, which is also domestic violence, child abuse, car theft. There were a lot of cars left unattended. People weren't driving. You might not check on your car regularly, and crimes committed individually. So again, it's important to know that when you have people that are stressed out, they've lost their jobs or they're overworked, the economy's tanking, and you have those methods of control, that is the perfect storm for abusing those vulnerable people in your home. You're absolutely right. Caregivers, people in the hospitals have been attacked. You know, they've been threatening politicians. It's been a very, very intense time for all of us, which is why I think any emotions that you're having, you have to step back and process those so that you're able to continue. And then next, please. So if you're like me, the question you have is, what about, actually, I'm sorry, go back. There was supposed to be something else. There was, what about homicides? And they found no net difference to the total number of homicides committed during this time period. So I found that to be really interesting because, again, everybody's stressed. I think tempers are shorter. We know historically that during the summer months, shootings increase regardless. But what they did was they looked at the time period over a time period of 5 years, and they found there to be no net difference. Now, one city that was an outlier was Chicago, and they had more homicides this year. But given the greater time period and looking over, there was no net increase in homicides. Now, next slide, please. So where does this leave us? So again, when I started, I said that they looked at 25 major United States cities. So where else do we need to look? There's a whole lot of places in this country other than those 25 cities. We need to look in suburban areas. We need to look in rural areas. We need to look in the major cities that aren't in the top 25 to see what those trends were, how we can apply those lessons from big cities. You know, a lot of times there are different things. If you have cities that have major, that utilize public transportation, well, then you're going to have something different in cities like Jacksonville, where for the most part, some people use the buses, but for the most part, we travel by car. We need to look at statistics as businesses and schools are reopening. And that goes back to that fact that we had people that were home, so less time and less opportunity for crime to occur, or less time for social groups and people to gather to make those decisions. And it's always important, and I know that the public defender talked about it, the brain is not fully developed before age 25. So again, it's so important to take this time where you have every opportunity in your whole life ahead of you to make those decisions that will keep you on the right track. We also need to look at what's going to be the result of crime rates as a result of lost economic opportunities. You have people now that are facing evictions, facing losing everything they've ever had. And what are they going to do? How are we going to assist them as a society so that they don't have to turn to crime? And then we have white collar crime, which is something that I hadn't seen any research studies on. But we know that with all of the different loans that were given out, people were doing a variety of things with them that they should and should not have been doing. So it'll be interesting to see the prosecutions for that. And then human trafficking. There was no actual study into that. And I hopefully ASA Holiday will be able to talk about it, but it's very interesting to find out we have this vulnerable population who's even more crushed by the economic downturn in this dangerous situation, the abuse they already face just by nature of that activity, seeing what happens with those numbers as well. Okay, next slide. Okay, and these are the sources so that if you find any interest, you can actually go and research this and dig further into it. I think it's important that once you find something that you're interested in, you pursue it. That intellectual curiosity is what makes learning fun. It's not easy. None of this is easy, but if we work together, it's all possible. I'm going to look in the chat box really quickly to see if there's anything I didn't address. Okay. And then if anyone has any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. It is Halloween and I have a toddler who's can't wait to be Pikachu, so I will not be able to stay for the rest of the program. But if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them during this time. And then if not, I just want to leave you with a quotation that my mom taught me. The choices I made affected the choices I might have made. So whether that is wearing your mask and deciding that you're going to take all the precautions you can to not get COVID-19, that's one way it looks at it. Or if it's to make sure that, you know what, I'm not going to go with my friends because I just don't have a good feeling about it, and avoiding a possible lifelong consequence from something, that's something else, another way to look at it. So what we call that in fancy school terms is the opportunity cost. What does this decision cost me? By all means, be careful, wear your mask, protect yourself, know your status, and see you in 2021.
Oh man, awesome, Dr. Russ. Thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation. And we have a question from Stanley Scott. Stanley Scott, you may unmute yourself and ask Dr. Russ your question.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. When we talk about crime in Chicago, we need to understand that Chicago have close to 4 million people. When we did the numbers, Jacksonville had the same crime if you talk about ratio. We say Chicago all the time, but we are not doing it on a level of a ratio. We have basically the same crime number because Chicago numbers by 3 times Jacksonville. So
that is terrifying to learn. Thank you so much for teaching me this. And again, that goes back to the fact that they report on those 25 major cities and they don't talk about the other places. So thank you for educating me on that. And that is terrifying if we have that same ratio.
Absolutely. Any last questions? Because that was an amazing presentation, Dr. Russ. And my son actually contracted COVID and had multiple inflammatory syndrome in children piece is going on. And
Yeah.
it was horrific. I mean, it was crazy. Like he had fluid in his lungs. Like I think one of the most impactful things, he was like, Dad, I don't think I'm going to make it. Like that.
Oh my
It was
God.
crazy. So it brought our family close together, man. But it's real. It's a health issue, and I love the way you tied it back to the crime piece about it affects the economy. It affects so many different aspects of how we live life. So the more we can do what we can do, which is, wear our mask and try to protect ourselves in some way, it actually helps reduce the crime. So thanks for helping us see it from that lens. And any last remarks, Dr. Russ, before we transition?
Again, I know it's not easy, and I emphasize that first to you. I just want to say thank you for sharing that about your son. We always hear in the news, kids are going to be fine. Kids are going to be fine. And being in healthcare, like we see these cases and we're like, wait, what are you talking about? So thank you for putting a human face to that. And I'm glad that your son has recovered. I know that had to be very stressful for your family. So I'm happy to hear he had a good outcome. It's not easy. COVID-19 has stressed all of us in ways that we didn't think was imaginable. And we acknowledge that. But the more that you can prevent it or try to minimize the risk, we're all protecting each other. It's a matter of courtesy.
Thank you so much. Well, without further ado, we look forward to seeing that Pikachu picture sent to Jacksonville Urban League. Email that to Rhonda, please. Awesome. We really appreciate that. Okay. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Stay safe,
All right.
everyone.
Hand clap. Awesome. All right, everybody. Well, we are moving. We're cruising through. We're almost getting ready to transition into the third quarter. But we have we have to give out some money. I don't think anybody has a problem with that. So what I typically do during Jacksonville Urban League events like this, I ask the students to represent their school. So in a chat box, what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and put the name of your school. All right. And I'm gonna give you guys 10 seconds to do that. That's how I know who's supposed to get the money. Because some of the adults might, pretend to be, in 12th grade for that $20. All right. So we got Caleb Moody. All right, from Andrew Jackson, Sierra, we got A. Sierra Jones from William and Rains, Naya Phelps, we got Santa Fe College. I'm sorry, Naya. Only 12th grade or below. But we still proud of you as a college student. Okay. We got Caleb Moody. We got somebody from Ed White. That's my alma mater, Ed White. You get extra special recognition today. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna get in trouble for that. All right. So in total, it's like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got William Rains in the house. We got Andrew Jackson in the house, and we have Ed White in the house. All right. So I want you guys to get ready. Get your fingers ready to type because I got a question for you guys. All right. First gift card question is this. At what age is the brain fully developed? Shoot. All right. I got Sierra Jones at 25. Sierra Jones at 25. All right. So A. Sierra Jones, you will be getting the first $20 gift card. Compliments of the Jacksonville Urban League. We'll make sure you get the phone number and you leave a message and provide them with your address and it'll be mailed to you. I have another question here. See if you guys are paying attention. About how many COVID cases have there been worldwide? In millions. How many COVID cases have there been in millions worldwide? According to Dr. Russ's presentation. Don't go on Google. You're going to get it wrong. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And all right, nobody got it yet. Nobody got some. We got 25, we got 5, we got 25, we got 8. It's actually All right. Xavier Cohen, you got 45 million cases worldwide. You were the closest one. It's actually 46. We're going to go ahead and give it to Xavier Cohen. You are the second prize winner for the $20 gift card, compliments of Jacksonville Urban League. We'll make sure that we get your information and we'll send that out to you, okay? Don't spend it all at once. All right. Next up, guys, we're going to transition and we're going to do our next topic here. And we're going to go ahead and transition into workforce development and re-entry. Once again, that's not workforce development. I'm sorry. We're going to human trafficking and prevention. We already did workforce development and re-entry. We're going to human trafficking and prevention. We have the amazing, the awesome Ruby Peters, the ambassador for the Northeast Florida Human Trafficking Coalition. Once again, that's Ruby Peters. Let's give Ruby Peters a big grand round of applause. And without further ado, Ruby, you have the floor. We'll have you unmute for us, Ruby. Okay, we need to unmute you. Okay, we got you.
Are we good?
We're good to go.
Awesome. Hallelujah. And thank you, because I am the worst tech example in the world. So I am Ruby Peters, and thank you, Jacksonville Urban League, for inviting me to participate again this year. I enjoyed last year at the Ritz Theater. And I thought the students were awesome. I hope we have some interesting and exciting kids like we did last year in the field. I also work for Catholic Charities. I have the privilege of doing human trafficking education for many groups. Am I still on?
No, you're good.
Okay. I'm just going to keep talking. Dwight, can you cue up the PowerPoint, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Dwight and I are hopefully going to make this happen. I don't need to be seen at all. And there you go. Can you do a full screen of the PowerPoint or?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a mature subject matter, and I am doing a very fast-paced snapshot of human trafficking. But if parents have, they should use their discretion if they have younger children in the room, and maybe expect some questions, as I found out with my 10-year-old grandson. Next. When I first started learning about human trafficking, I saw this statement from a 17-year-old survivor. How did I not know about this? Why didn't someone warn me? Had I known, I would have never fallen into this. This fits right in with today's focus on crime prevention through community engagement, because education is critical to combating human trafficking. And I hope you'll help spread the word in your community after today. Next. Human trafficking is often called modern day slavery. There are two basic types. People think of sex trafficking most commonly in the form of prostitution, but it can also be exotic dancing, illicit massage or spa businesses, or pornography. Labor trafficking can happen in many different ways that we'll talk about in a minute, but it always comes down to one person doing the work and another person receiving the benefit. Next. This is a slide that rolls in, Dwight, so get ready with your finger. The process starts with recruiting, harboring, moving, or obtaining a person. Next. For the use of force, fraud, or coercion as the means. And the next, the end purpose is involuntary servitude, debt bondage, forced labor, or slavery, commercial sex. And any way you slice it, it's results in income for the trafficker. If it's one or more of that center box, the means, force, fraud, or coercion, that must be present for the situation to be human trafficking. However, if a sex trafficking victim is under the age of 18, force, fraud, or coercion does not apply, since they are not of the age of consent. Also, a victim does not have to be moved to be trafficked. For example, there was sadly a drug-addicted mother in Tampa who was convicted of human trafficking because she offered her landlord his choice of one of her 3 daughters instead of rent. Next. So why is it done? Well, demand is high, not only for people willing to pay for sex, but also our demand for cheap goods and labor. For human traffickers, the profits are high, estimated to be $150 million worldwide, and the risks of getting caught are so low. And there's an endless supply of people to trick. Numbers vary, but estimates are between 25 and 30 million victims worldwide. Our state of Florida is 3rd in the United States for calls to the Polaris Human Trafficking Hotline. Only California and Texas generate more calls. Law enforcement agencies are providing more training, doing a great job with that, and the laws are being enforced, but convictions are relatively low. Hidden in plain sight is a very true description of trafficking. And on the bottom there's another reminder. There's no such thing as a child prostitute. They are all sex trafficking victims. Next. So traffickers gain trust and make promises of good jobs or education or economic security and even love. Traffickers may take months to befriend and gain trust. They're adept at finding the most vulnerable people, the girl who's mad at her parents, the boy who's bullied, the immigrant who has a language barrier, lonely people who just want to be accepted by someone, and certainly people having financial difficulties. Poverty is a big push factor for human trafficking. Some people think of traffickers as mainly men, but women also recruit. A grandmother in Mexico was promising young teenage girls in her town modeling jobs in the United States, but sadly they ended up in a brothel in San Antonio. A trafficker might put one girl in a high school and tell her he'll reward her with something wonderful if she invites new girls to a party. He also might punish her if she is not successful. Many rescued sex trafficking victims have said that they were first contacted online. We know social media is a great opportunity for traffickers. A law enforcement friend told me that any open chat room or game that is likely, there's likely to be a trafficker posing as a teenager luring people in. She also said that it's likely that someone in law enforcement is doing the exact same thing, trying to catch that predator. So recruiting can happen by anyone of any age, anywhere, anytime, to anyone of any age, anywhere, anytime. Next. So this is the Polaris map of the United States. It operates that 24/7 helpline and is a very easy one to remember, 888-3737-888. Put it in your phone contacts. This map illustrates where calls were made about potential trafficking cases. Of course, red indicates areas reporting the most cases. And last year, this hotline nationally reported 11,500 calls, or cases, excuse me. Cases can include multiple victims. Next. Here in Florida, we see a lot of activity in the Miami area, but it is actually Orlando that is the city that ranks 3rd highest in cases per capita in the United States after Washington, D.C. and Atlanta. It's even ahead of Las Vegas at number 4. Florida had 896 cases reported last year in 2019. And you may notice a couple of my slides are from the Diocese of Orlando, which has a 60-person task force dedicated to educating people about human trafficking. Next. I use this map of Duval, showing the places sex trafficking cases occurred in 1 year. And I use it to point out the proximity to interstates and major roads. As a major transportation hub, Northeast Florida is a center for traffickers. Our local law enforcement officials have reported that many criminals who were engaged in drug trafficking have moved into human trafficking, using the drugs to help lure and secure victims that they can sell many times over, unlike drugs, which can only be sold once. Next. So why is Florida number 3? We have a wonderful climate. It is we have year-round agriculture. It is also appealing to homeless people and teenage runaways, two very vulnerable populations that are targeted by traffickers. We have natural attractions like beaches and the Keys and the Everglades. We have a vibrant tourism and hospitality industry, which loves to welcome conventions and vacationers. We have fun stuff to do. We have pro football and 2 years of the Super Bowl in a row. Here in North Florida, in addition to pro football games, we have the Florida-Georgia game next weekend, and later on, the Gator Bowl. But it's not just about football. It's really anywhere a crowd gathers that traffickers will take an opportunity. We have the TPC, we have Daytona 500, and even WrestleMania, believe it or not. Traffickers use our interstate system to move victims from one event to another, and also, of course, to avoid law enforcement. Traffickers have taken girls to farm worker camps. They have also dropped off girls at truck stops and told them not to come back to the car until they've earned a certain amount of money. There's a wonderful organization called Truckers Against Trafficking, or TAT, that is educating truckers to be aware of trafficking and to report it if they see it. Next. Domestic workers from another country, in South Florida, they're often from Haiti, are promised a wonderful life in the United States and sometimes even an education, only to come here and become the maid and the nanny and sometimes even provide sex for the man of the house with very little compensation. So domestic work is the #1 type of labor trafficking in the state of Florida last year in 19. Another type of case that was on the increase last year was traveling sales crews. They often have minors in their crews going door to door selling sometimes magazines, cleaning agents, and other products. Begging rings have increased. The person that you see in the entrance of a retail location or a grocery store may be a victim of human trafficking. And gangs, Northeast Florida has over 40 identified gangs. And this is a slide that's a year or more old, so it might be more than that. They are now taking the opportunity, like others, to sell a person over and over again, as opposed to selling drugs or guns just once. Next. This is one of our Orlando slides that depicts many types of products. We all like a bargain, but sometimes those cheap goods come at the expense of others. The top middle picture of seafood, because internationally, seafood from Asian countries is caught by boys on unregistered boats that may be out to sea for months. Some of it is for human consumption. In fact, check out where the frozen seafood originated the next time you're at the grocery store. Their catch can also end up in pet food or as food for livestock. So traffickers may have promised these boys' parents an income from the work, but it may never happen. And they may never even see their son again. There's a documentary, Slavery at Sea, that tells the entire story. Chocolate is grown from cacao pods, or is made from cacao pods, and much of it is grown in the Ivory Coast of Africa. It is frequently harvested by children with a machete, climbing up those cacao trees to hack off a heavy, wet cacao pod and sling it on their back in a net. Coffee farms in Central and South America also often have child labor. And trafficking happens in nail salons. Victims are sometimes forced to live where they work, and sometimes whole shops can be moved and reopened under another name to avoid law enforcement. Most of us have heard of the tragedies of sweatshops. That bottom middle picture, the garment industry in places like Bangladesh and Vietnam are rife with terrible work circumstances. Many clothes and shoes are made, and these workers can make less than 53 cents an hour. These cheap clothes aren't well made, and because they were inexpensive, many people have no problem throwing them away and buying the latest trend that comes into the stores almost weekly. Millions of tons of clothing ends up in landfills every year just because of that. So it's also an environmental issue. And the next picture is depicting our agriculture industry, which I mentioned earlier. In 2012, there was a contractor for potato farms in the Hastings area down near Palatka. There are many potato and cabbage farms. So they were going with their van in a triangle that went from New Orleans to Jacksonville to Miami, and cruising places near homeless centers and picking up able-bodied men to work on the farm. And some of them may have been intellectually or developmentally disabled, and that was great because that's another level of control. Some of them may have been drug addicted, and that was great because that's another level of control. So once he got them to Hastings, they were warehoused in substandard housing and sometimes even with no running water. But of course, they were charged rent. They were also charged for food, for transportation to and from the farm, and for anything else the contractor could think of, including that alcohol or drugs, or even prostitutes. Even if the men did want to leave, there's no public transportation in that area or out of it. So the picture above that shows precious metal and diamonds and represents the mining industry. Currently, it's mining for cobalt, which is found in every one of our devices that we're using. It has a rechargeable battery. And another element, mica, which provides the shimmer in makeup and any other pretty thing. And these could have been mined by artisanal miners. That's the name that they give women and children in the Democratic Republic of the Congo using just a pickaxe with no protective gloves or eyewear or masks to protect them from the dust. They glean cobalt and mica out of the rocks that are left after the professionals in the mining company get done, and then they sell it back to them. So some might argue in those two center pictures that a sex worker is choosing to do that kind of work, but that is definitely not true in all cases. Sex trafficking is big business. All those exotic dancers are not there willingly, and the same goes for people on pornography sites. Drug addiction and selling sex trafficking frequently go hand in hand. Next. Sex trafficking victim told me that you could have a sex worker delivered to your door as fast as you can get a pizza. The advertising, the arranged location, and the payments are all done online. Sex trafficking happens in hotels and motels, in private homes, and in fact, just about anywhere. But the most cases in our state last year were uncovered in illicit massage parlors. Pornography has always been around, but today's videos are a long way from the artful nude of the Playboy magazines back in the 60s. Often they are humiliating, demeaning videos. Traffickers sometimes use pornography to indoctrinate a victim on how to please a client. And teens, sadly, are using pornography as a tutorial on how to please a partner. Next. Some call it digital drugs because frequent viewing can literally change the brain. This is a $97 billion a year industry. Next. And the digital drugs change the brain just exactly like a substance addiction. Next. Every second, 28,000 people on the internet are viewing porn, and 260 new sites appear each day. These are Pornhub's own statistics. The news recently reported an increase of viewing since COVID. The porn industry offers plenty of free sites, but when those are no longer exciting, there are the pay-per-view sites. And then when those are no longer exciting, it can lead to paying for sex. Next. At a seminar, At a seminar I attended in South Florida, it was an all-day seminar on sex trafficking in schools in Florida. Wrap your head around that one. A presenter there said that the porn industry is targeting 6 to 10-year-olds by putting click here buttons on gaming sites. It makes me very angry to think of those innocent kids who are hoping for more weapons or more ammunition or more jewels or more whatever, and they hit click here, and then they get a pornographic pop-up, which we all know is hard to remove. They can't unsee that. Next. In fact, Florida joined 16 other states in declaring pornography a public health crisis. Next. So what can you do to help? Next, you're doing it. Educate yourself and talk to family and friends when we're done here today. Next, you can also engage your community by arranging a presentation like this one, or putting basic information in a company newsletter or a church bulletin or a website, because most people have gone that direction. Next. We have several local organizations that you could support by donations or volunteering. All of you are probably aware of Rethreaded. My Grace scarf comes from there. Her Song is the first organization that started a residential treatment home for former sex workers in Northeast Florida. And all of these organizations, Soap Jacks, the Grace Ministry of Helping Hands, DEMP, the Scarlet Thread Store, are all helping to rehabilitate trafficking victims. And next, any of those organizations would also welcome pro bono services, because when a victim is discovered, they come with nothing. So pro bono services are very important. And if that isn't the case, gift cards, if your organization can ask people for donations, for groceries or clothing or anything are very welcome at any of those places. Next. So our church laminated these signs and put them on the back of stall doors in public bathrooms, because traffickers do sometimes allow their victims to go to church as a reward, or as a carrot that they dangle. You know, if you do this today, I'll take you to church next weekend. So these signs can also be put on the back of those stalls in bathrooms at businesses, or especially in junior highs or high schools. Sometimes victims don't see themselves as victims, but it says very clearly that if you are asked to do this work, you can call this number. And that's the 888 24/7 helpline, which is happy to answer questions and not just refer to other agencies, although that's what they do if there's an issue. Next. So please resist the click and don't support the porn industry. And especially talk to those young people in your world and your peers, young people. Fight the New Drug is an excellent organization that's focused on educating people about the harmfulness of porn. And it can even give you guidance on how to talk to others about it and how to talk to kids if they live in your world. I ask you to please be smart using the internet, and if you have children, to educate them about internet safety, because no one should ever send compromising pictures to anyone for any reason, because that sext will likely never disappear and it can be shared with one click. When I do presentations, I'll have a video about a kid who did just that. You know, you think it's going to one person, but it's there in cyberspace. A couple of years ago, a 26-year-old man was convicted of sextortion, a crime that didn't exist, I don't think, when I was a kid, because he was befriending kids online and pretending to be that teenage jock or whatever he thought would appeal to the victim. And he would gain their trust and eventually send them a picture and ask for one in return. And that would be enough for a while, but then he would send them a picture of a semi-nude, supposedly himself, and ask for something similar in return. Once that first sext was sent back to him, he started blackmailing them into sending more and more graphic pictures and even videos, which he sometimes then sold to a pedophile network. He had over 300 minors in his database. I understand that the next presentation is on cyber safety, and I'm going to pay close attention, because it seems that new information is available every day on internet safety. I may not be tech savvy, but my grandchildren certainly are. Next. So if you want to be I think I got to go back one. Could you go back one, please, Dwight? So if you want to be a more conscientious consumer, On the bottom here, you'll see some fair trade logos, and look for them while you're shopping. Because I mentioned before, poverty is a big push factor that can increase a person's vulnerability to the promises of traffickers. The parent who's desperate for money may allow their child to go off with someone like those fishermen in Asia who have convinced them that their child can earn money to send back home. But we know that too often these children are not seen again. So that fair trade designation assures you that there is no forced labor, no slave labor, and no child labor, and that working conditions were safe and that a fair wage was paid anywhere along the supply line for that product to come into fruition. Next. So definitely, if you see something, say something. I've included some of our local and Florida numbers, as well as the human trafficking hotline number. So take a screenshot and add them to your phone contacts. Next. About 200 years ago, a gentleman named William Wilberforce, who's an Englishman, fought to end slavery. We're looking at 200 years ago, folks. And he said, you may choose to look the other way, but you can never again say that you did not know. Next. So I want to thank you very much for educating yourself, for inviting me to be here today first. Most of the information that I have shared with you today came from the websites that you see on the screen. So take another screenshot and go educate yourself some more. You can access a world of information. Travis, is it halftime? Are there any questions?
I think it's halftime. and we're up. You scored the last touchdown.
Thank you.
Man, the awareness about what's really going on. You have really enlightened us about a sensitive topic, but it's a very prevalent topic that could be happening in people's own homes, back doors, communities, neighborhoods. So we're just so glad that you were able to share this presentation. Hopefully a lot of people are going to take this back home and start having some conversations with their children, at their churches and different community groups about some of the statistics and how to prevent it, how to further prevent it and what we can do. So this is big. So I have some, anybody have any questions for Ms. Peters before she transitions out? Any questions? Anybody want to emphasize a specific point that she made, and what stood out to you the most? What was something that enlightened you about what she said today?
Yes. Stanley Scott with the African American Economic Recovery Think Tank.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. She left out a few very important information here. To decrease a lot of this trafficking is a livable wage. First of all, that would definitely make an impact. And then also, when we talk about the people causing the problem, we have to be concerned about the bankers. A lot of people connected with a lot of banks around this country here. They play a very important part in the human trafficking of people because you can't do anything with this amount of money without the bankers. Mm-hmm. And then you also have Wall Street. Wall Street play a very big part when we talk about the human trafficking part of it and the massage parlor. Those was billionaires that came down to Florida. The owner of the New England Patriot and a few other billionaires who came down to at the massage parlor. And finally, the Catholic Church plays a big part in a lot of the human trafficking with the things that they do with young boys. Thank you.
Well, I think there are a lot of churches, there are a lot of people in leadership who take advantage of that position and gain trust and abuse it. And you are right. We need to be paying attention to where the money goes.
thank you so much, Ms. Peters. It was great. Thank you, Mr. Stanley, for your insightful information about the banking and the financial industry, and human trafficking. Human trafficking is going to come in different forms, whether you're poor, whether you're rich. It's going to be very important that everybody stays vigilant. So I have some questions, ready to give some more money out here. So I hope you guys are paying attention. And I just got approval from Rhonda to also open up the gift card opportunities to the adults. So you might walk away with $100 today. All right. I see Mr. Jerry Smith. That's right. All right. So here we go. Now, here's where it works, guys. Once again, I'm going to ask that question, and you have to get your fingers ready. Whoever's the first one on that chat box to answer that question correctly will be the one who gets that prize. Now, Ms. Peters talked about the topic of, here we go. In Northeast Florida has how many identified gangs? I repeat, Northeast Florida has how many identified gangs?
Mm-hmm. Try.
Oh, now listen. All right, we got a lot of people coming in. All right, it's closed now. It's already closed. All right, so this is what we got so far. I have Caleb Moody. For 40. And what's so funny, I have Ms. Rhonda Lee for 40 right here too. Ms. Rhonda, you participate too? I don't blame you. All right, so this one right here goes to Caleb Moody. Now, once you get a card, you can't re-participate again. You just kind of stand by. But Caleb Moody, you were the first one. It is correct. We have 40 identified gangs in Northeast Florida, and we'll make sure that I have your name down. We'll make sure we get that card to you. Okay. I have another question. Let's keep the money rolling. All right. Here we go. All right, here it is. Where does most of the chocolate, where's most of the chocolate produced? Where is most of the chocolate produced? Ten, 9, 8. I love it. Pennsylvania. I love it. 7, 6, 5, 4. Now, Ms. Peters talked about a specific location. All right. So don't go to Google. 3, 2, 1. Anybody? All right, let's see what we got. Who's close to it? Well, we didn't have nobody get that one. No one got that one. It's actually the Ivory Coast. Is that correct?
That is correct. But that's where it's grown, Travis.
That's where it's grown, or where it's derived
from. It's produced all over the world, but the cacao is often grown in the Ivory Coast or Ghana in Africa.
Right. So I apologize. Where chocolate is grown mostly.
Yeah.
All right. So, Mrs. Smith is like, exactly. All right. So, let's go here. All right. Next question from Mrs. Peters' presentation. I'll give you guys another one. At what age range do most companies begin to solicit sexual content to youth? What age range do companies begin to start soliciting sexual content to youth? All right. We have a new winner. Caleb, you already won. Caleb's still going. All right.
That's okay. He's listening.
Hey, listening. All right. It is Maloney. All right, Maloney. All right, we have Maloney, and we have ages 6 to 10. That is correct. Ages 6 to 10, and they do it typically through gaming. All right, 6 through 10, and it's through gaming. Maloney, I have your name down. That's 6 through 10 through gaming. So be careful about, different games online that, your children are playing, your little cousin, your grandchildren, what they have going on, because they always have what's called clickbait, and they're clicking on stuff and it's leading them to different things. They even have like different little virtual sexual looking things as well. And it's just planting that seed early in that child, kind of desensitizing them to it as well. So I have two 10-year-old twins, so I do my best to kind of safeguard them too as well. Well, without further ado, guys, we're gonna get ready to transition. Miss Peters, thank you again so much. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Thanks for listening.
All right, awesome. And the next session that we have up is going to be cyber safety with Dr. Natalie Mitchell. She is a marketing professor at the wonderful University of North Florida, SWOOP. That's my alma mater. And she's going to be doing her presentation. So let's go ahead and give her a big round of applause and a warm welcome to talk about the cyber safety. All right. Well, while that's happening, I guess I'll give out some more money. All right, everybody listen up. All right, while we
I'm ready now.
We ready now? Okay, we good? All right, awesome. They're like, I don't know, I want the money first. Well, make sure y'all pay attention because this is going to be some questions here. All right, Dr. Natalie Mitchell, you have the floor. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for the introduction, and also thank you to the Jacksonville Urban League. And I just want to make sure that the presentation is lined up.
It's ready, Dr. Mitchell. Are you ready?
Yes, thank you. All right, okay. All right, so as Mr. Pinckney shared, my name is Dr. Natalie Mitchell, and I am a marketing professor at the University of North Florida. And today I'll be talking about cyber safety, managing your personal identity. And I would like to thank Ms. Ruby Peters, as she really set the stage and some of the content that I'll discuss. And like she shared, today's content is, I would say, considers a lot of content that I'm not ready just yet. Okay, thank you. Includes content that is mature. It's targeted both to youth in addition to parents and adults, which basically I'm hitting all of us here. All right, thank you. Okay, so we'll talk about cybersecurity, social media, sexting, revenge porn, and then careers in cybersecurity. And at the end, I'll leave you with some takeaways as far as how you can best navigate yourself going forward. Next. Okay, so we live in an information age, which is continuous, and we transition from having a traditional in-house phone to a mobile phone into now a smartphone. And a lot of us, even today in the era of COVID-19, we're finding other ways to kind of navigate and continue on with our professional and personal lives by way of technology. And so I always tell my students, you can't want convenience without surveillance. And I'll repeat that again. You can't want convenience without surveillance. So with these cell phones, we have all sorts of options as far as, sending text messages, looking on the web, a host of apps. We can pay bills, we can communicate, but every keystroke, every message, every link that you click, you're being tracked. And in some cases, your information can be very vulnerable. And of course, there are malicious people that exist. So today's presentation is designed to give you information about how to safeguard yourself as a young person, as an adult, and to make wise decisions. All right, next. Okay, so we'll start off with cybersecurity. So cybersecurity is basically defined as the practice of defending all types of devices, meaning computers, servers, mobile devices, electric systems away from malicious attacks that happen where the system can be broken down and disabled, and also to gather personal information. Next. Okay, so when I talk about different cyber threats, many cases there are times in which there are security breaches. So on the right-hand side, you'll see a few images of like Capital One, Quest Diagnostics, and Fortnite. These are 3 companies that had major security breaches last year, the early part of 2019. And these are hitting on 3 different industries. So Capital One obviously is in the financial industry, is a credit card company. And so it's disappointing to know that sometimes our credit card information is being hacked, and it's not Capital One's fault. It's a hacker that has attacked their system that gains access to all of their customers' personal information. Then, of course, with Fortnite, for those who don't know, I'm sure the parents are aware, Fortnite is a very popular video game through an app. It's caused a lot of excitement, but also there's opportunities where players can click on links, and in some cases, their personal information is being collected. And then lastly, Quest Diagnostics, which we know is a testing healthcare facility. And so given these different types of risks, it becomes a bit frightening to know that regardless of what industry, there's these security breaches that are taking place. So according to risk-based security, there were 7.9 billion records that were breached in 2019. That is very substantial. And I can honestly say that I've received emails from a variety of companies, banks, even Ticketmaster saying that there's been some type of security breach when I purchased a ticket for a concert years ago. So there's no quick way to continuously prevent these things from happening, but we'll talk about a few things you can do along the way. As I shared earlier, it's all industries, retail, healthcare, and public entities. The challenge with healthcare is that not only is your financial information exposed, but also your personal health information, which increases a greater risk. Given the volume of issues with security breaches, there's a lot of opportunity for the need to resolve these problems, to find more people to kind of work in this industry. So it's predicted by International Data Corporation that $133 billion will be spent on global cybersecurity solutions by 2022. So this just goes to show that we will continuously have this problem as technology expands and we find more ways to communicate and connect and engage. This is a part of our lifestyle, it's a part of our jobs. There are other people who are on their job as well who happen to be hackers, and they create more problems, which means there are more staff and personnel needed to find solutions to correct these issues. Next. Okay, so there's different types of cyber threats. Most of you are probably familiar with malware, which is basically the words malicious software combined. And so malicious software can be integrated onto computers and laptops. And so it happens where it will basically infect your computer, send out bad emails. Sometimes also there could be times where the internet is down or the computer can completely crash. Another form of cyber threat includes phishing. And so basically these are emails that are soliciting personal information that present themselves as legitimate appearing companies. I've received emails from my bank and I scanned the cursor over the email address and realized that that was not the actual bank, it was a Gmail email address. And so that was a signal that I knew that it was not correct. In most cases, none of your banking institutions or any institutions that you're connected with will ever ask for personal financial information. That's always important to remember. Lastly, you have the romance scams, which uses a different avenue. So these scammers are using dating sites, chat rooms, and apps to collect personal data from people who are seeking new partners. So the hacker or scammer is presenting himself as, expressing romantic interest in this particular user. After a few opportunities to woo them, then they transition in asking for financial money and the like. And so as a result of that, if the other party is vulnerable, they may give that information. So ideally, you don't want to give out information to people who you do not know on a personal level. Next. Okay, so, we talked about computers and things of that nature, and now I want to transition into social media. Social media has changed the world, since the onset of Facebook in 2004, and now we have Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, and as a member of the Urban League Young Professionals, I just learned that we're using a new program coming up soon with Microsoft Teams. So there's so many different programs that exist that can be accessible on both the laptop and the cell phone. And so you just want to be careful on how you navigate these different platforms. But one thing that I do want to highlight is that within Facebook, and these are all tools that exist, and they can be used in a respectful way, and they can be used in a malicious manner as well. And so you have to use your better judgment when navigating the site. But you have what are called fake giveaways. That looks like some type of contest. And if you run your cursor over it, sometimes you can kind of detect that it's not legitimate. But in many cases, the goal is to increase the liking feature. So to encourage you to like it. And once you like it, your information, meaning all the clicks that you've done on your computer or cell phone, is now being sold to a third party. The way that social media was created was for consistent, continuous engagement. So each time you like a post, there's a communication or notification sent along the timeline. And so there's this psychological thing where you're constantly wanting to be drawn in. Facebook is aware of that, the hackers are aware of it. And so this is why there's all sorts of content that's embedded in the platform that is not necessarily ideal. The same thing is true for their fake apps and news that exist that sometimes have malware on it. So you click on an app, maybe in the app store, you see something advertised in the margins of a social media site, and then you run the risk of infecting your laptop or your cell phone. Another thing that's pretty rampant now is identity theft. So, the way that these profiles function is that you give all your information, your first name, last name, the high school you graduated from, where you currently live, where you used to live, all of your educational information. But essentially, you've provided all this information, and if an individual chooses to adopt a new identity, which could be yours, it's readily accessible because it's there. And so you see this happening a lot with celebrities, and even people who are not A-list celebrities. They may be like social media influencers, where someone would create a fake page, and they would use this page to solicit money underneath this profile from vulnerable people, which is not ideal. So again, you want to kind of check back and forth to make sure these things are not taking place. Bullying. So we know once upon a time, bullying took place on the school property after school, or from the classroom after school. Now bullying can continue and continue and continue further because of social media, where exchanges go back and forth. And the like, and in some cases there are bad consequences where there are fights, and some students or young people have actually unfortunately committed suicide because of the bullying and exposure on social media. And one thing that's become very popular now with social media is a term called doxing, which is somewhat connected to bullying, but it's basically the publishing of private personal information on the web or on social media for malicious intentions. So for instance, you see this a lot with a lot of the provocative racial statements that are made, and individuals will spend time researching more about this person. And once they find out where they live, where they work, they'll put the entire profile up. And then from there, this person's being doxxed. Now, making this statement is not ideal. Being doxxed is something that's a little bit more malicious. And so, but also just going back to young people with the bullying, it's not just a going back and forth of negative comments. In some cases, there's this, well, I will show you where you live. I'll put a pin and kind of reveal more information than necessary in exposing you to greater threats that are happening in society. So these are some of the things that are happening in social media that creates threats for young people in addition to adults. Transition now. And so to piggyback on some of the content that Mrs. Peters shared, I do want to briefly talk about human trafficking, and to basically share that human trafficking obviously is a major issue, as she clearly stated. And with technology, it creates a lot more avenues. She talked about gaming, and I'm actually a gamer. Many people may not believe that, but there are gamers of all age range, genders, and the like. In many cases, the person who's playing the game behind the screen is not a 10-year-old boy or even a 15-year-old boy. It's an adult. And some parents are not always aware of these potential dangers. So gaming is definitely a pickup site, but Facebook is considered the new home for human trafficking. And so I'll share that there's an ad agency here in Jacksonville that was hired by the local FBI because they want to crack down on human trafficking. And so the ad agency worked to develop profiles for the FBI as girls, and they basically were baiting these human traffickers into, having conversations with them and then encouraging them to meet up. So eventually, when they met up with the human traffickers, they were apprehended and arrested. And so it was interesting to see how ad agencies are a part of helping solve this problem and combat this actual crime by way of using Facebook in a positive way while it's also being used in a negative way. So there are thousands of fake profiles that are made weekly that link to external websites that are selling men and women. Okay, so when your children are on these Facebook or Snapchat, TikTok platforms, in some cases there are others that are being, other profiles that are being created that are basically luring them to another site. And if their pictures are being shared and they're having these conversations with these traffickers, therefore now they're in another database, as Ms. Peters shared earlier. Okay, so we can move to the next slide. Next, please. Thank you. Okay, so I've talked to you about a lot of the dangers associated with social media, just using the internet and gaming sites. And as a potential solution to be considered for parents and adults is this new app called Bark. Bark, as you can see here, the logo includes a dog, basically like a watchdog. And Bark allows for 6 different types of features. So it does social media monitoring of upwards to about maybe 27 different sites. So multiple sites, emails, and text. So parents can download this app and monitor all the different sites that their children are on and using. And so during this process, they're getting this level of detection where they can find out if there's any inappropriate content that's being shared between their child and someone else. And so immediately they'll get a parental alert. I like to see a picture of you, or what are you wearing? And that message would be automatically sent to the parent, and the parent can go forward as far as making the next decision. So Bark allows for screen time and web filtering. So certain websites can be filtered out where they don't have access to it. I know a lot of parents now are struggling with students or young people not going to bed at a good time because they're on their phones all night. So there's an option to kind of limit the amount of time the young people can use the actual phone. So this is a very resourceful option that you would want to consider as a parent to help out with this process. Next, please. Okay, so quick cyber safety tips, part 1, part 2. It's important to purchase antivirus software. And so this software can be purchased for both computers and mobile devices like Norton, McAfee, and basically to provide this extra level of protection. So when you're on websites, your computer won't get infected. So after you purchase it, you obviously want to keep it current. So, some cases it does the updating on its own, but sometimes you need to initiate it. And if the subscription expires, you want to pay for it again to keep it continuously protecting your computer. Don't open suspicious emails or websites. So I've gotten a habit of gazing my cursor over a link to see if it's legitimate. And even at UNF, unfortunately, I get emails all the time. And before I click the link in the body of the email, I'm determining, is this a legitimate email coming from the university? I know that we have all sorts of accounts online, but it's really recommended to use very strong passwords for all applications. So, a variety of letters, characters, store them in a very secure place. And because if there's one hack, or if someone has access to your phone, which is my next step, is that they can just gain access to everything. And you want to use multiple passwords. I know it's hard because we have so many different programs and applications, but for the your own personal cyber safety, it's important to do so. Then also with securing your mobile devices, right? So once upon a time, the phone was just a place or a tool used to make a phone call. Now you're doing a whole business transaction. You can pay bills. We're watching class. We're today watching a workshop, and all of these different applications are accessible on the phone. So it's important to secure your phone in case you leave it behind while you're at a retail store and the like, and your information cannot be compromised. Also, when shopping online, you know, most of us may shop at a traditional website, like you may go to Macy's.com or you may shop on Amazon, but beware of some merchants that seem to be suspicious. And I've seen some dress boutiques that will showcase clothing and they'll have models that look like me, but the reality is that it's some type of other company that's connected to it. And so check the reviews for these different merchants before making a purchase. Once you make the purchase, your personal financial information has now been given to this other site, and it may not be ideal. Okay, you can move on. Okay, so also be smart, you know, be vigilant. Young people, I recommend, and not just young people, all, connect with a friend or loved one, someone who you trust before making purchases online to be sure that the site is legitimate, and also before you communicate with people that you may not know. Also with just in general, sharing credible news. I know we hear a lot about fake news, and in some cases it becomes very political and heightens conversations and things of that nature. But I just recommend that you be smart and vigilant going forward. Next. Okay, so the next couple of slides is looking at both victims and offenders of both sexting and revenge porn. And we'll talk about the different issues that exist. And I'm talking about these two topics because they are tied in to teenagers. And I want teenagers to know and understand. When I joined the call earlier, I heard the public defender make a very important statement. We've all made mistakes. And as adults, we're here to forewarn you so you don't make the same mistakes. But also in this environment, making mistakes in the 70s, the 80s, or the 90s was one thing. But in this environment, making mistakes with technology can have harmful consequences for the long term. Okay, so again, this messaging is for youth, adults, and parents. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so sexting is a major issue. As Ms. Peters shared earlier, it's very common among both adults and young people. And so sexting is the sharing, receiving of sexual messages, whether it's a text, an image, a video, or an emoji, or any device. Okay, so it seems very, you know, benign and the like, but there are consequences. Anytime you share a document of any sort, whether it's a picture with a friend at a birthday party, or in this case, it's a sext, that information, once it's released, you have zero control over. So, and I'll repeat that again, once you release that picture, you have zero control over how it will be used going forward. So there are consequences, and we'll talk about this in the next slide. Okay, so you know, this is a bit of fine print, but I want to make this very clear. In the state of Florida, sexting is considered a crime of obscenity. In the state of Florida, sexting is considered a crime of obscenity. So basically, sexting involves, or is considered, based upon the Florida statutes of 2020, a minor committing the offense if he or she knows that she has used some type of electronic computer or device and has transmitted another picture of a minor, of a picture or video, and it includes nudity. And or if you possess the picture or video of a person and then transmitted it as well. So these are the 2 points of criteria of committing the crime of obscenity with sexting. If you move to the next slide, please. Okay, so a minor does not violate the statute if all of the following apply. The minor did not solicit the picture or video. So let me explain that, meaning that Johnny has this picture, but Johnny did not request this picture from Susie. So at that point, he or she or Johnny is not committing the crime. The next point of criteria is that the minor took responsible steps to report the picture or video to the minor's legal guardian or local authorities. So meaning that Johnny did receive this picture from Sally, but Johnny talked to his or her parent and also contacted the legal authorities. And thirdly, the minor did not transmit or distribute the photo or video to a third party. So again, he has the content, he doesn't share it, he contacts his family and or law enforcement. So this is where the crime stops, if the young person is aware of what's happening. So young people, hear me out. Be sure that you are aware of this and making the right decisions going forward. Okay, let's move to the next slide to talk about the penalties. Okay, so it's considered a non-criminal violation for the first violation. So basically it's a citation and a court appearance. Okay, if it persists and there's a second and third violation, it can escalate and become a misdemeanor and a felony. The misdemeanor and felony are charges you do not want. You don't want any of these violations. And remember that not only is this impacting you legally, but also there are costs involved. And then when you begin to pursue joining the military, a career and college education, your background will impact your ability to navigate and gain admission to those settings. So next slide, please. So in a nutshell, don't do it. Do not sext. I mean, I'm telling you, I know you may do it anyway, but do not sext. There's too many consequences involved that will have a lot of a lot of risk involved. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so ways to avoid sexting. Minors can contact a trusted adult or guardian if you have concerns about some things. And parents, this is for you. I recommend having a conversation with your children and letting them know that any message or image is never private or anonymous, even if it's not a sex, even if it's something that's provocative or racially motivated. Once you release it from your phone, it's out of your control. If you feel pressured, if your kid feels pressured to show this type of content, have a conversation with them about blocking or deleting these people. And again, do not send or share sex messages. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so I talked about the legal ramifications. So I want to talk about other parts of this process or outcomes which lead to humiliation. Okay, so sexting, as I said before, for minors is considered a crime. Adults do it as well. And when I say adults, this means young adults, married adults, people who've been married 15, 20 years. And so as you are in a couple, you have communication, everything is lovey-dovey, everything is going great. You send an image, hey, what are you wearing tonight? You send an image here, everything is fine. In some cases, there could be a separation where the relationship ends. And we know with affairs of the heart, sometimes they're not always handled nicely. Sometimes there's some bitterness and some discomfort. Potentially that could lead to revenge porn if the other party is not mature and is not necessarily a good person. So the images that you shared when everything was lovey-dovey now lives on the web. And one thing that I did not share, I'm holding my cell phone here. This is my cell phone. It's in my name and I pay the bill on it. But guess what? Every keystroke, I know that my cell phone provider can see. So if you have the Apple Cloud or a Google Drive, you're saving content, whether it's just a family picture or any type of provocative image, it's not just only available for your eyes. It's accessible by all of our cell phone companies. So do know and understand that. And also with the internet providers that can see every keystroke and the things that you're actually saving. So going back to this conversation regarding sexting and how it can turn into revenge porn, this is problematic. So let's go to the next slide and talk about what is revenge porn. Revenge porn is the distribution of sexually explicit content, whether it's a video or image, of individuals with or without their consent. Okay, so like I said before, a couple can choose to share these images because today they're married, they've been married for 15 years, they love each other. There's no, there aren't any concerns here. But in some cases, the relationship ends and now I'm petty Betty, right? Using common language. I'm petty Betty, I'm mad, and I'm going to release this image of my ex-girlfriend, my ex-boyfriend, and put it on the internet. Okay, this is referred to as non-consensual pornography. And so 1 in 8 people have been victims or potential victims of revenge porn. And let me tell you, it happens very often. And now I know that we're probably short on time, but I want to give you an example. I was on a social media app at the time, and it was a business that I followed for a while. And then eventually I received a request to follow her new business page. And when I did, I noticed that the page basically was identity theft. They stole her business page. And then there was a lot of sexual content on the page. I just could not believe. I was totally surprised. I contacted her immediately. I did not know her personally. I just liked the business that she promoted. And she explained, oh, this is happening from my personal life. And this person is trying to destroy my life and my business. So I'm sharing this with you. And this is for everyone on the call, the youth, the adults, the clergy people, the police officers, all of us, including myself, is that these decisions that you make with your cell phones in relationships can potentially impact your career and business going up the road. She told me that those pictures were 10 years old. And here they are resurfacing today, causing problems with her business and her personal life. So I just wanted to share that with you. So 1 in 8 people have been victims or potential victims of revenge porn. 1 in 12 victims are women. And then they're less frequently perpetrators, which suggests that most of the perpetrators happen to be men. In the state of Florida, it's considered an illegal crime of sexual cyber harassment. So it is illegal. The first offense is a misdemeanor. The second offense is a felony. And so this content is coming from the Florida statutes. So let's go to the next slide. There are a lot of risks associated with revenge porn, and it becomes very, very complicated. So the immediate thing is emotional distress. The idea of knowing your body or nude picture has been released to the media, to the internet, and it will live there forever. So it has the potential to cause emotional distress, to impact your career employability, to impact future romantic pursuits, right? So this incident could have happened in college. Now this young lady is getting ready to get married to a new guy, and she may explain this is what happened in the past, but the images are gone off the internet. But let's say they resurfaced 3 years up the road in their marriage. He may not like the idea that there are pictures of his wife that are on the internet. So again, this has so many different risks associated with it. Of course, there are legal issues. So if you are a victim, now you're going through the process of trying to pursue and take legal action. There are companies that exist where you can have it removed, but it is very expensive. In the next slide, I'll talk about that. And then the next thing is the identity shattering. So you may have had this whole identity your entire life, but now your identity is tied to these nude pictures. So working in public office is not an option. Working as an educator is no longer an option. And so these risks are very high and troubling. Let's switch to the next slide, please. Okay, so in this Teen Vogue article from last year, the article says that revenge porn can haunt you for years. As I shared earlier, this particular victim spent $30,000 into one case. And that is a lot of money. The average person likely won't have that amount of money, but the psychological damage exceeds the $30,000 price tag. Also in this article, it talks about people who actually have changed their identity. They've gone from Jane Doe to Sally Mae because of the fact that their identity was just ruined based upon this revenge porn. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide. Okay, so here are ways to fight revenge porn. If you happen to be a victim, you want to report it to the platform where the pictures are actually located. Okay, so there are guidelines if you go to the Cyber Civil Rights Initiative website, and they can kind of help you, guide you along the way. So first thing, go to the website where the pictures are located and ask them, hey, would you kindly take it down? Some cases they may or may not. Also, you want to review the state laws and contact law enforcement based upon where you're located. And in many cases, hiring an attorney, which now is becoming more and more of a bigger issue. So there are attorneys that specialize in cyber harassment and things of that nature. DMCA is a company that provides the service of taking down images. So you can hire a takedown service, but you will pay a hefty penny. Then also you can contact the same organization for counsel, Cyber Civil Rights Initiative. So basically they will provide information to kind of give you emotional support and how to navigate this process. Next. Okay, so revenge porn, don't do it. Don't do it. So when I say don't do it, if you, for the adults here, if you've received images from your companion, your spouse of 25, 30 years, and something changes in the relationship, or even if things are great, just do the right thing and don't share the picture. Just hold on to it and don't share it. Young people, don't do it. I mean, it's just not ideal. It's not nice to do so, but I do realize that many of us are become bitter, but don't do it. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's a film that I really like by Spike Lee, and which was called Do the Right Thing. And I say that because it sounds so simple. All of us here have the capacity to know right from wrong, but we all struggle with this because we're all human. But ultimately, do the right thing. And so in the last part of the presentation, I want to shift the conversation. We talked about cyber safety, the issues that exist, the risk, and how to combat it. But now I want to move forward into the next slide to talk about careers in cybersecurity. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, Cybersecurity Ventures, which is a company that specializes in this industry, predicts that there will be 3.5 billion jobs in 2021. 3.5 billion jobs in 2021. So if Miss Julia is here, I hope some of the training that is involved with the program may include cybersecurity. And as I said earlier, technology is expanding right now. I mean, there are things that have probably been updated since this workshop has begun today. And so as a result of that, as we get smarter with technology, the hackers are one step, or should I say 10 steps ahead of us. Okay, that means that there has to be adequate personnel to study these problems. The more devices that exist, the more apps creates a bigger opportunity for people's data to be compromised and to become a threat. And so my point is that this is a viable option for young people to consider, since they spend so much time on their phones and they have been reared in a time period that is tied to technology in the cyber world. Also, adults, this may be something that you want to consider as well as far as shifting into. Next slide, please. So these are entry-level positions related to cybersecurity, cybersecurity special analyst, cybersecurity compliance special analyst, security engineer, information technology, network operations analyst. So this is just a few of the jobs that exist. And in many cases, a formal degree is not needed. But if you want to help combat crime in this area, there are a host of certifications that you can earn to kind of move you forward. And then the compensation is pretty generous. And of course, it will be an endless opportunity that you can work anywhere, any part of the world. Next slide. Okay, so my cyber safety takeaways. Be sure that when you are using your devices, your computer and your laptop, that you are prioritizing safety. Think about that at all times. It's just like when you get into the car, you immediately put on your seatbelt. In 2020, in October 2020, I don't leave the house now without a mask. Think about your safety on the web the same way you do now in covering yourself and protecting yourself from COVID-19. Again, young people, contact trusted adults or local authorities if you feel threatened based upon the experiences that you're having on social media. All of us here, before you download an app on your phone or click a site, be sure to read all privacy statements so that you understand what you're accepting before you go forward. Be mindful of the risk. There are a lot of risks. I also recommend that you take a chance to look at Netflix documentary called Social Dilemma. You will find out a lot of information about how social media was developed and how it's so addictive, not with young people, but for all of us, and it's designed that way intentionally. And the last question that I'll leave you with is an acronym. And this is not to take the high moral ground, but WWGS, what would grandma say? So think about the content that you're putting on the web and social media, and think about what would your grandmother say if she heard that you had said XYZ, or that your nude image is now being circulated on the internet, because you consented to it yesterday, but today not so much. So next slide, please. So I just want to say thank you for your time today and for inviting me to speak here on the Jacksonville Urban League. I hope you found this information helpful for both young people, adults, and parents and the like. Thank you so much.
I think everybody can agree with me when I say, wow. Wow. Amazing presentation. Very insightful. I'm taking notes. I've learned so much during this presentation. We're gonna go ahead and open up the floor for questions. But great job, Dr. Natalie Mitchell. Round of applause. That was amazing. Amazing. Yeah, you and Ruby are the dream team. Definitely.
Yes, we got to work together.
Awesome. All right, guys, let's definitely open up the floor. If you have a question, if you wanted to share something that really enlightened you today, please share that. You know, as Dr. Natalie Mitchell is volunteering at time, it's really good to know what you learned. So, or things that you want to know further. So we'll open up the floor now. All right. You know, we got a top student. Mr. Stanley Scott, you the top student, man. That's what I'm talking about. All right, man. Mr. Stanley Scott, what question you got, man? All right, we got two participants who raised their hand. All right, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. There we go.
Thank you, Stanley Scott here. Yes, but I'm not a student. I run a national think tank for the African American community. But my point is, number one here, the most important things here when you're talking about the apps, she had maybe mentioned this, but the apps, people need to remove apps that they don't use on their computers because it opened up doorways. I bought one of the first personal computers in either one, which cost about $5,000 at that time. So I've been involved in a long time here, going back to the bulletin boards before there was the internet. But the main point here, there's a lot of young people out here. Well, I say young people. That's a very important her job. She did an outstanding job once again. Wish we had more time because we need to spend more time on that area. My greatest takeaway is the fact that the job creation or business ownership, more or less on the business ownership for future jobs, future businesses. Sorry about that. I apologize. That's thing that we need to look into, especially being African Americans here, and a lot of that come out the STEM, STEM, or either one way you want to use it. But we need to let the kids, not kids, well, for me, be kids. They need to get more into STEM technology as far as creating business opportunities for themselves. I'm talking about as far as business ownership, because once they create a business for themselves, that also would help the create jobs for owned and operated by African Americans. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scott made a really good point, and that is, if you have apps on your cell phone, you're not using them, you should delete them. And then also, once you've downloaded them, you've already forfeited all your information. But if you can, eliminate them so that they're not continuously getting new information. So that's a very good point. Thanks for sharing that.
Awesome. So thank you so much once again, Dr. Mitchell. Mrs. Stanley, thank you for sharing that. And it's amazing what you're doing with your think tank as well. Interested in learning more about that as well. And so we're going to ask some questions about what we learned from Dr. Mitchell. So first question up. And the first question is, the type of fingers ready. Dr. Mitchell mentioned this in her PowerPoint. So I want you to fill in the blank. You can't want convenience without blank. I repeat myself. You can't want convenience without blank. Woo, Rhonda Lee. Miss Rhonda, you got it. Miss Rhonda ain't blank. Okay. Oh, that's the white. Okay, my bad. The white. That's you, man. Hey, the white in the background running the logistics too. So, anyways, the white was paying attention. All right. So the white, you are our number 5. You are our 5th prize winner for the day. Don't forget, guys, I have a total of 20 cards. So we'll keep it rocking and rolling. Great job, Dwight. That's right. You cannot have, you can't want convenience without surveillance. Then we're gonna go to our 6th question here. All right. Listen up, everybody. Here it is. Get your typing fingers ready. Here we go. All right. Blank will be spent on global cybersecurity solutions by 2022. Blank, that's an amount. How much money will be spent on global cybersecurity solutions by 2022? Whoever gets to the closest, whoever's the closest, I will give them the prize. All right, here we go. Here we go. They're rolling in, and I'm closing it down now. All right. So here we go. We have 133 billion. We have 3.5. All right. The first person, that was Larry Cook. Come on down. You're the winner. All right, Larry Cook, you got it, my man. Larry, you are our 6th prize winner. And I have you down here, Mr. Larry Cook. All right, you guys paying attention. All right, love it. And then with surveillance, we had Mr. Dwight. All right, next up. All right, typing fingers ready. It's an interesting one right here. All right, you got to remember this term. Blank, fill in the blank. Blank is publishing private information about a person for malicious intentions. Blank is publishing private information about a person for malicious intentions. Let's see what we have in the chat box. Uh-oh, here we go. Uh-oh, I got Charles. Charles, you were the first person to get the correct answer. It is doxing. Doxing. All right, doxing for the $20 gift card. All right. So Charles, we have you here, and I got you locked in. And I'm gonna go ahead and do. I'm gonna do 2 more. I'm gonna do 2 more. All right. I got Charles here. All right, Charles, you are our 7th prize winner. See if we can get an 8th and a 9th. This is gonna be a pretty easy one, so yeah, y'all get ready. What is the new home of human trafficking? What is the new home of human trafficking? I need to see it written out fully. Write it out. Give me the full name. I want the full name. Oh, Jamila. I wonder if this is Jamila that I know. All right, so Jamila, you are the winner. Facebook, that is correct. All right, Jamila, you are our 8th winner for today. And I'm gonna go and do 1 more. All right. All right, here we go. In the state of Florida, sexting is considered a crime of blank. In the state of Florida, sexting is considered a crime of blank. And make sure you spell it correctly too. I can't give it to you if you don't spell it correct. I'm sorry. I'm hard on you today.
Crime of passion.
Exactly. I love it. Good try, Caleb. Going once. Anybody? I repeat myself. In the state of Florida, sexting is considered a crime of blank. Passion. Good try, guys. It's actually a crime of obscenity. Obscenity. Dr. Mitchell, can you help us understand what obscenity is?
bad. So basically, I've seen it something that's negative and not ideal, and showcasing or sending an image that is of sexual content as a minor obviously is something that is obscene. And again, don't do it.
That's good. So those vocabulary words. See, obscene, obscenity. We got this. I love it. Don't do anything obscene because you might get a crime of obscenity. I love it. All right, guys. No one got that one. But I got to give you guys one more. I said I'm gonna get nine participants. All right. So, here it is. Here it is. All right. Blank in 8 people have been victims or potential victims of revenge porn. Blank in 8 people have been victims or potential victims of revenge porn. How many in 8? All right. I don't know what your name is, iPhone. All right. You need to go ahead and put at least your first name and last initial in the chat for me real quick. But you are the winner. Yes, 1 in 8. 1 in 8 people have been victims or potential victims of revenge porn. So we got you locked and loaded right there. All right. So go ahead and make sure you put your name in your first initial, your last name in there. Whoever is iPhone, so I can have you on my record. And without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and move forward with the next segment. And the next segment that we're gonna have is going to be on domestic violence. Domestic violence. All right, so let's give Dr. Mitchell another round of applause for an awesome presentation. Y'all be careful about sending those pictures out. I don't care if you're married or not. Anyways, hint. All right now. Exactly. Let's go to talk about some domestic violence. All right. So the next amazing speaker we have up is Starletha Cherry. She is with Journey to Destiny, and she is going to be talking about domestic violence. Everybody, right now, we also are going into our 4th quarter of the session. So we have about an hour or so left, about an hour, maybe 15 minutes or so left. So you guys have been great participants, great volunteers. And so let's give Miss Starletha a big round of applause as she prepares for her presentation.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am thrilled to be a part of this auspicious occasion, and thank you, the Urban League, for even inviting me to participate. Again, my name is Starletha Cherry. I go by Star. Yes, Journey to Destiny is a organization that was birthed out of me and my children becoming survivors of domestic violence. I come to you after working with the local domestic violence center for about 18 years, had worked with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, worked with the Florida Highway Patrol, been out of the domestic violence relationship now for 31 years, but it is still near and dear to my heart. I think it's a topic that a lot of times that kind of gets pushed to the side, but I appreciate the opportunity to share with each of you, not only from the personal side of it, but from the professional side of it. October 3rd, October is always shares the month with breast cancer awareness. It's also domestic violence awareness month. Here we are on the 31st having this forum and being able to talk about what domestic violence is, who it affects, how it changes people day to day. So I want to start here with just a little statistic about between 960 to 3 million incidents of domestic violence are reported annually. That doesn't talk about the ones that are not reported. Domestic violence is and does start in the home, behind closed doors, and then it eventually creeps out into our community. I want to just briefly kind of go through some things. We think about women and men who are victims as well as perpetrators. And there's about 1 to 4 women that are violated or experienced some form of domestic violence. Anywhere from every 1 to 9 minutes, there's someone being battered. And I don't know that we actually take time to think about that. When I was in my relationship, initially, I didn't think that it was violence when they would come home and be angry and curse and then become physically violent. I had never witnessed it in my home growing up. And so I lived in it along with my children for about 12 to 13 years. But once I was out of it, which was finally out of it in 1989, and that doesn't account for the times where we left and went back. And that happens about 9 to 10 times with victims. They'll go back hoping that the violence would change, hoping that the person would not be violent anymore, hoping that they would be able to have a safe home and live in a home where there was no violence occurring. But those things don't change, they tend to escalate. And the violence becomes even more dangerous for the victim and the children every time they leave and come back. It tends to escalate and get a little bit more. So when we think about domestic violence, we normally think about the perpetrator and the victim. A lot of times we don't think about the children. The children become secondary victims in that violent home. And, you know, our children go to school. Well, right now they're on, a lot of them are doing the cyber, I apologize, doing homeschooling over the computer, but there still could be violence happening in that home. So let me make a point about the ones when they were going to school and they would get to school and they would act out. They would end up being labeled as disruptive or hard to manage children. Well, when you think about it, if a child is in a home where violence is occurring and then they have to leave their parent who they've seen battered and go to school, their attention is not going to be fully on what's happening in the classroom. There could be a lack of attention. They could be acting out. They could cause disruptions in the classroom, and then they become labeled. A lot of times we don't ask the questions, what is happening at the home? We have to start there in order to begin to even combat violence. JSO does a great job when they respond to domestic violence calls. It's one of the most dangerous calls for them to respond to, based on the fact that they arrive and the victim knows that if they tell the truth and the perpetrator is not arrested, then the perpetrator stays in the home, and then there's still violence that will occur because the police came. And so JSO and all law enforcement agencies have to be careful about entering the homes where there's violence happening. I know that JSO does a lot of training regarding domestic violence, and I applaud them for doing that. When I was in my relationship, I never called the police. I actually worked for JSO and I never reported it. I take full responsibility for not doing that, but my ex also worked for JSO. And so we were both two people in that law enforcement arena that were caught in a domestic violence relationship where physical violence occurred, if not daily, it could be sometimes weekly. And my children were exposed to all of that. Thanks be to God, my children are 44 and 38 now, and they understand what it means to have a healthy relationship and not get caught up in it. So our kids are in school and they become labeled because they're acting out. They don't know if mom is going to be okay when they get home, so they're acting out. They don't know if dad will be arrested or will not be there. If they're not able to sleep all night long because violence is occurring, of course they're going to be out of sorts and they're not going to work well in the school system. So as in the social, me working in the social arena now, I definitely always have to think, what is going on in the home? Is there something else happening that is causing this child to act out the way they do? Again, as I said earlier, domestic violence occurs behind closed doors. It then creeps out into the community and into the school system, into the hospitals, into churches, into law enforcement, into courthouse. And then there's those things where a lot of people lose their life. Just a couple of weeks ago at Amazon, a young lady lost her life. Why? Because the perpetrator was able to enter the facility with a armed, loaded weapon and take her life. So domestic violence is horrible. It affects everybody. It doesn't just affect the two people that are involved or the children. It affects everybody on this screen that we have to begin to do better. We have to begin to listen to not only the verbal cues, but the unspoken cues that there might be some things happening within the home that we need to pay attention to. I kind of got off from, I didn't do a PowerPoint because I had to be able to speak directly from my heart. If there are no services put in place, if there's lack of services in the home, if there's lack of sleep, lack of feeling safe or being safe in the home, lack of control, unable to help the the victim or the children, then the perpetrator continues to perpetrate until something else occurs in the with the family. Victims, children, perpetrators all need some form of services. Just personally, I think the perpetrators have to be arrested. They have to be arrested in order to give the victim some time to make ultimate decisions. Nobody can make a victim leave her home. That's not, I'm prime example. I didn't leave several times. I did leave several times, but I didn't leave immediately. Why? Because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to seek out. I had law enforcement all around me, but I never did tap into that. So if I had those opportunities afforded to me, think about Mary Sue or Jane, who is just in the community and doesn't have an idea of where they can go to get help. Yes, there are 4 domestic violence centers in the area in Nassau, St. John's, Clay, and Duval. And we all know COVID is playing a big part in what happens in any shelter at this particular point in time. But that doesn't mean you should not seek help. You should always seek some form of help. You should always have some form of a safety plan that changes really day to day on how you are operating throughout your life. You have to be so savvy that when you get ready to leave your home, be mindful of how you leave your home. Notice the community, especially if the perpetrator is in the home no longer. Check before you walk out your door. Make sure that you know that no, you don't see his car, but that doesn't mean that he's not chosen a different car or a friend's car to kind of stalk you. Take your car. If you have a car, take your car and have it walked around with a mirror where they can look to make sure that there is no tracking device on it. We also, Dr. Mitchell talked about our telephones. we need to also make sure that we have our phones checked, because there are apps that can be put on our phones to track victims of domestic violence at all times. We just have to do better when it comes to victims, especially the children and even the perpetrator. Everyone needs to have some type of services. I want to close by telling this story. I did a presentation, it's been a while ago, at a preschool. I got there, the person that was the director said, we really need you to come talk to a mom. Okay, what happened? We don't know. The child got angry in the classroom. We're talking a 5-year-old got angry in the classroom, picked up, and we all know the little chairs that are in the classroom that 5-year-olds sit in, picked up a chair, got angry with the teacher, and struck the teacher over the back with the chair. When I met with mom was ashamed at first, because domestic violence does tend to try to make you ashamed of what is going on in your life. Mom said there had been a violent incident the night before where the perpetrator, her husband, had picked up a chair and swung and struck her with the chair. That child was acting out that event that they had witnessed the night before. So we got to think about what is happening with our children. Domestic violence can lead to the crime in the street. Also, I want to leave some phone numbers. The National Domestic Violence Hotline, that number is 1-800-799-7233. The statewide number for Florida is 1-800-500-1119. As I stated earlier, there are 4 domestic violence centers in our areas. One is Micah's Place, which is in Nassau County. The other is Betty Griffin, which is in St. Johns County. The third is Quigley House, which is in Clay County, and Hubbard House, which is in Duval County. If there is anyone that is listening and you are a victim or even a perpetrator, seek some help. Seek some help. Someone is out there ready to assist you so that you would be safe along with your children. Again, 1 in 3 and 1 in 4, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced some form of physical violence by an intimate partner. 1 in 7 women and 1 in 25 men have been injured by an intimate partner. And 1 in 10 women have been raped by an intimate partner. Women 18 to 24 are most commonly abused by intimate partners. And I know we have some high school students and we also have some college students. I know when I was growing up, we used to, well, okay, that's been a while ago. I won't date myself. But anyway, we used to think that if the guy was calling or texting or trying to keep up with what we were doing was cute. That still happens today. It is not. It can be a signal that this person is attempting to use power and control to regulate what you do, who you see, where you go, what time you go, what you're wearing, and who you're hanging out with. Domestic violence is real. Domestic violence is real. Yes, the numbers are down slightly right now, but with COVID, and I heard someone say earlier, being at home all day long in the space of a perpetrator could only cause the violence to escalate. Please, please, please make sure that a safety plan is in place, that it changes how you need it to change, that you create a code word or a code phrase, that when you're talking with someone that you can trust, that you can put that code word or that code phrase into your sentence or your statement, and that other person would know that it's either a good time or a bad time and that you need some help. There are injunctions for protection. There are 4 different ones: domestic violence, sexual violence, dating, and repeat violence. They're titled, there's a no contact where the perpetrator cannot have any form of contact, but there is one that a person can file for and actually get, and they actually live in the home together, but there can't be any violence involved. Again, thank you, Jacksonville Urban League, for allowing me to share a snippet about domestic violence and even throw in a little bit about my history. But I am here, and in the words of Maya Angelou, I still rise, and yet I rise, myself and my children. Thank you very much.
We'll snap that up. Thank you so much, Miss Cherry. Talking about domestic violence. If you haven't experienced it in your childhood, you might have had a family member experience it, a friend you know, some other people you know, but it's a very real thing. It's something that we all should be aware of. That's one of those things, as we grow and develop, as adults, and I'm speaking as a young man, sometimes we kind of lose sight of the things that we went through when we were younger. And it's easy to get comfortable in our own homes and our new lifestyle. But having that level of compassion for, there's somebody out there right now going through that. There's a child going through that. There's somebody going through that. That's what this event is about. It's about us kind of coming out of ourselves and kind of thinking about the needs of others. Although we're blessed to be where we are today, And so thank you for sharing those resources and your personal testimony. This is amazing. So y'all, we have about 47 minutes left. So we're doing really, really good on time. And so with these next, I guess, 2 minutes or so, let me go ahead and give out some money. All right. Now, not everybody at once. I hope y'all was paying attention. All right. So my first question is, one, fill in the blank, another fill in the blank question. 1 in blank women have been injured by an intimate partner. 1 in blank women have been injured by an intimate partner. Not all at once. Ooh, okay, and 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and timeouts. All right, it's closed. I got it closed now. Let's see who answered it correctly the first time. The answer is 7. And Sierra Jones, you already got everybody money. Sierra Jones, you got it right, but you already got a card. So this is going to go to, we have Tamara. Tamara, you are the winner, and you are we got the 9th. You are our 10th winner. All right, so we're gonna give out 10 more cards, and so during our next presentation, y'all listen up very closely because I'm going to give out all 10 of these cards. All right. So you are our 10th winner. Make sure that you give Jacksonville Urban League a call and leave your address information as well. I'll make sure. Let's have Dwight. Dwight, can you put the phone number for Jacksonville Urban League in the chat box for us, so they can know they give a call? Okay, awesome. And then leave a message, and then leave your address, your name and address, and we'll get that card mailed out to you. All right. Cool. Sorry, we don't have Cash App right now, so we can't do all that. All right. All right. Thank you so much, Miss Cherry. You did an amazing job as always. And now we're on to one of my favorite presenters, only because we do it all the time. You know, he comes out, we have a good time, and he has a very, very powerful personal testimony, but the work he's currently doing, man, is amazing. Without further ado, we have Mr. Sergeant Henley. Make some noise. Now you got to take it home, man. This is the fourth quarter, and we need one more touchdown. You the quarterback, so we're depending on you. You got it, man. Thank you so much. And his topic for the day, guys, his topic is going to be on police and community engagement. Sergeant Richard Stanley, you got the floor, sir. All right. And you can go ahead and unmute yourself, Mr. Stanley. All right. I got you, sir.
All right, can you hear me now?
10-4.
You got me?
Yes,
So
sir.
let me tell you something. Peanut, I am so excited with what we're doing right about now. I think that we're getting ready to do a comeback. Don't give hope on the Jaguars. Don't give up hope. Don't give up hope.
Come on.
You know, I think it's getting ready to be a comeback. So I have a very special surprise on today that's going to help me bring this thing home. Right now, we was ready, but he had to step out. So I hope he'll hurry up and then get back. He told me to give him a few minutes. And from there, but we've been working with youth, and as you see, I have youth that's getting ready, that's coming out now. We've been doing things all day today and over the last 4 or 5 weeks. We're working with youth, police, and youth. So we have a group of young men that's coming out with police officers that we've been actually like fist to fist, hand in hand with these guys. I hope some of you guys can see them and stuff. So we've been really just doing a lot of positive things with working together. These young men are from Ed White. But before I actually go into what we are doing, the person that we're going to be bringing up is none other than Marcus Pilot. He was tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars for a while. He played in the NFL for about 14 years. And when I talked to him, he was like, man, I want to talk to the youth that's out there. So we're going to get him to come up and he's going to say a few things. And then from there, I just asked for about 10 minutes of you guys' time, and we're going to go ahead and hit this thing home. That sounds good with you guys? Sounds good? Okay. So we're going to get ready to hit this thing off. And Marcus, we can come over here if you want to. Just hit it. And yes, sir, right now we got Marcus, and Marcus is going to hit this home when he just told us young men. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just finished speaking, and my life come down to three things, and I call them my C's to success. And it's 3 C's, and the first one is choices. Oftentimes when we get in our situations and the neighborhoods that we come from, and being a young person, adolescent, it's so vital that we make great choices. And so I always encourage young people to make great choices, because those decisions can have repercussions that echo throughout time. And so when you put in a situation, think about your future self and make better choices. And I think the second thing that I often talk about is character. Character is who you are and what you are when nobody's watching. Oftentimes I go around the high schools and talk to kids, and they think that because they're away from adults, or they're away from their teachers, or they're away from their coaches, that they can get away with certain stuff. To me, whether your parent around, whether your teachers around, whether your coaches around, the police are around, you still have to do what you've been asked to do and told to do. So to me, all that falls back into being a good person. Webster says their own definition of character. Character to me is who you are and what you are when nobody's watching. Finally, it's commitment. Commitment is that thing that no matter what, you're going to do it. So if you, in your mind, you're going to be a doctor, you're going to be a police officer, you're going to be a lawyer, every choice, every character, every decision, you are committed to that. I oftentimes think about football players and their commitment to being excellent in the NFL. They got there because they're committed, they're focused. It's not a routine. It's something they just punch the clock. Well, today I'm gonna do 5 sit-ups, today I'm gonna do 200 push-ups. No, every day you have to wake up in the morning committed to whatever that task is you want to get accomplished. And so to me, choices, character, and commitment, and those are my C's to success. If you guys that are listening, write those down, Put those on a mirror, put them in your wallet, write them on your hand. And if you can do that, I can promise you, it is going to guarantee success in your life, whether it's sports, school, no matter. Those 3 C's will carry you further in life than sports or money will ever do. Thank you.
Hold on, Marcus, before you leave. So Marcus was also talking about, we were talking about police relationships with riding, and Marcus was actually talking to some of the NFL players, the Jaguars. And he came up with a good one from Nehemiah in reference of, I know there's a lot going on, but I want him to take about a good, hold on, let me shut this door just for a second. Just for a second, I'm sorry. I want him to talk about what he shared with some of the Jacksonville Jaguar players and what he shared this morning with about 20 youth, 20 Black males that we're working with on a positive behavior. I just want him to share that in reference of what Nehemiah did and how they became successful.
Yeah. So my job is the director of player engagement for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And we've had a lot of situations from January until now that caused outbursts. Guys want to protest, they want to march. And so oftentimes I remind them, okay, after you protest, what are you going to do now? What are you going to do to make things better? And so today, I just encourage the people here today. It was like that story in Nehemiah when they were required to build a wall. It came out, you take care of the wall in front of you. You farm that area, you take care of that wall in front of your house. And if everybody take that same adage, what happens to the wall? It gets completed. And that's the idea we want to have here. Let's take everybody's small portion that they're doing, and by the time everybody takes that small portion of what they're doing, we put it together, we build a strong, united front that we can continue to press forward.
All right, let's give it up for Marcus. Let's give it up for Marcus. Hey, yes. I appreciate it. So I'm going to turn it around on one of the things that we were actually talking to some youth about today. And hopefully you can see that screen behind me with some of the goals and objectives that we had going on. So we were actually talking about building community relationships with some of the youth that's actually on here. And when we build those relationships, things we're looking at was matching. So we took some youth and we matched them with some police officers. I'm going to explain that with you and tell you the results we got from that. We developed these teams, and we have ways where we reflect on our community engagement, empowerment that is important, and how we brought these things together. So these were some of the things, if you can see it, that we actually came up. So in about a few minutes, so we took these youth, we matched them up with us because there's a lot of protest that is definitely going around. So these youth came together with police officers. Let's see, can we get the thing up? You guys can see. So we had a big youth rally on today. And one of the things that I actually wanted to pull out was because I knew what we were doing today and how it matched with what Rhonda and the Urban League was doing. And so we took these youth, and when we took these youth, we actually came up with plans that we can better in reference of the way that we may protest. So we educated them on protesting, that you must have a way to protest and you must know what you are protesting about. And we actually took these youth and we brought them to the police academy. They actually did things where we did assimilating, that when we actually had to use our sidearm or use our weapons, that these youth, all of these 20 boys that participated in this, when they used to have things about why did we have to make such decisions? We talked about how we had to make decisions less than 30 seconds, less than 10 seconds, less than 1 second. And these young men found out the relationship with police officers. They found out the way that we think. They found out the way that we did things. And their whole lives changed
in reference of this. So this was one of the community engagements that I actually wanted to bring to the Urban League and tell Dr. Danford and everybody in the Urban League that what you guys are doing, it is impacting. What we're doing together, it is impacting. What Pinckney is doing, it is impacting. Human trafficking. I let some of these guys hear some of your things that you guys were saying with human trafficking, how important that is. Some of these important decisions. We talked about runaways. So everything that's been translated on today, you guys did not know it, but you guys was being heard by other youth. And this thing right here just impacts so much. All of the young kids that's out there that may be listening, may not be here. We have about 10 police officers here and about 20 young men. And I want you guys to know that when you're talking about protesting, we went over August 27, 1960. Do you know what that day is? It's Axe Handle Saturday, something that took place in Jacksonville, where minorities, they came to a place, they established themselves in the establishment only because they wanted equal rights. Then they were beaten. And this was the bad part about this, that when someone was beaten, you had police officers that watched this beating. They watched this beating just because people wanted justice. People wanted fair treatment. We all want the same thing, that all men are created equal. This is what this is about. Everyone's created equal. This is not about a political party. This is about love. This is about bringing things together. This is about you caring for your brother. I am my brother's keeper. This is not black and white. This is not where we are against the whites and the whites against us. This is about us holding hands and having that dream that Martin Luther dream, that dream that Martin Luther King had, of us holding hands together. Young black men, young black women, young black girls, young black men holding hands together, being united. This is what this was about. And so we have teamed up with black police officers, white police officers, and we have brought them into our minority communities. And we have begun to talk about everything that we can bring. Instead of talking about division, we talk about how we can bring things together. So we are going to Ed White School. We have a commitment. We're going to take over Ed White School. These are Ed White young men. They are bringing the Jacksonville police into their schools on a positive way, where we're giving high fives. We're talking about scholarships. We're talking about people going into the military. We're teaming up with Marcus Pallet, and we're just talking about the positive things. We have too many negative things going on. This is about positive relationship and letting the people know that when you stand for something, just know what you're standing about. And to also, as I get ready to end, Pinckney, I want to touch on this. There was a situation that happened in Philadelphia not too long ago where the police officers had to use force. Throughout this, we talked about George Floyd. We talked about many other things of say her name. We talked about kneeling. We talked about all of the protests. And this is what Marcus is saying. What is after the protest? After the protest is us making a change. We need to make a change. And when I say this, I'm not being racial on this, but our young black men, we need to make better decisions. So we talked about how we can make better decisions, how we can have young men united in their families, not united in the prison system, not united in the penal system, not being recidivism, where you're coming out and going back in. But what about if you never go into the penal system? So we wanted to touch on those things right there of young black men staying in their families. How do we do that? First, we attack. Number one, we attack teenage pregnancy. We attack that. We having too many young people having kids. We talked about these things. We want to make good decisions, because when we go off to college, we do not want to go to college knowing we have a child on the way. We want to prohibit those things. So we want to make good decisions. That's why when some of the things I was talking about, even when we were talking about human trafficking, when Ms. Peter was talking, it was some important things that was being said that brought up those conversations that we needed to have, that these type of things right here can sometimes pull you back, making those decisions. So knowing how to be protected in everything that you do. The other one was being respectful to everyone, bringing back that thing that Big Mama told you back in the day. Hey, you respect that person. There were times where people may have done wrong, and they may have been selling drugs around our area. And as a police officer and as a citizen, I condone the selling of drugs, but this is one thing that some of them had a respect in. They had a respect for Miss Jacobs' yard. They had a respect for Miss Johnson's yard. They had a respect for Miss Peters' yard. And they would tell people, hey, we're not doing this around here. Or we can't do this around a church. We can't do this around a school. There was a level of respect. So we heightened the level of respect, bringing back respect. So making good decisions, stopping teenage pregnancy, being respectful to everyone. People say to get respect, you have to give respect. What about if I step off and be respectful first? That's what we talked about. So I want to tell you guys, I thank you guys. I hope that we brought in the fourth quarter. I hope we brought in the fourth quarter well. And to all of the wonderful speakers talking about domestic violence, I didn't get a chance to share that with them because I was getting ready to speak, but I will take that back, that we can share domestic violence with them. And I just thank you guys so much, to the Urban League family, Pinckney, Ms. Rhonda. Oh my gosh, I love you guys so much. I wanted to do this at first before I let you go. I really want to shoot this on APR, and I wanted to use the memorial wall that we were talking about that actually demonstrated Ike Saturday. I wanted to do that, but I could not forsake these men, so I wanted to bring it to you live, that what we're doing. I didn't want to talk about what we're going to do. I want to talk about what we are doing and what we're doing right now in the Jacksonville Sheriff Office. So shout outs to our sheriff, shout out to his administrative staff. Hey, Chief Waters, Chief Mitchell, Chief Dolores Patterson, Chief Lakeisha Burton. It's so many people I can really name, and so much. Joyce Morgan, who's a district over my area. Thank you guys so much. With that being said, I love you guys. If there's anything I can do for you, I'm here.
Touchdown! All right, we won the game, baby. Hey, you took it home. Hey, listen. I'm just excited about the energy that Sergeant Stanley has about seeing these young people improve, make better decisions. His excitement towards that, man, that speaks volumes. You know what I'm saying? And I can tell the young men, you know, they amped up, they're excited too as well, man. That's one thing about it, man. When you see people, you know, cheering other people on, being excited about it, man, you're gonna see the young people get excited too. They're gonna get pumped up. They're gonna get excited. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, when you go to a football game, they understand, they cheering, they motivating, and in order for our students to make those points and to score those touchdowns, we got to be in the stands cheering them on. And so I love what I'm talking about Dr. Henley. I don't know, I'm prophesying, man. Dr. Henley. You know, what Dr. Henley is speaking right now, man, is really helping these young men, you know, stay motivated, stay enthused, man, to go ahead and score that touchdown, man. And speaking of that, man, you know, a lot of our African-American males, they play sports. You know, on the football field, they rooting them on. You know, on the football field, you see people at the school, man, they like motivating them like they're the star players of the schools. You know, y'all see it every day. But now we're helping them be the star players of their communities. You know what I'm saying? And how can they, what position can they play in their communities to score touchdowns in the communities? You know what I'm saying? So I applaud what I'm calling him Dr. Henley, what Dr. Henley is talking about, man. And that's amazing, man. Any questions for Dr. Henley? Any insight, anything anybody want to share? You guys have the floor.
Travis, you're muted.
All right, I have something to say.
Awesome. Is that Mr. Jared Smith? Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to acknowledge Sergeant Henley, Officer Latimer, and retired Officer Kim Varner. Those are go-to guys when we need something, you know, to happen, or I need questions answered, or I need some insight on something that was going on. Man, I can contact them guys and they get right back to me and let me know what's up. I mean, I'm straight out, born in Detroit, straight out of Chicago. So a lot of the stuff I see down here, I'm saying, okay, why is that happening? Let me talk to Sarge. Sarge would know what's going on. You know, Officer Latimer would know what's going on. And they get right back to me, man. Those go-to guys, man. They straight up.
Y'all heard it from the source. Y'all heard it from the source. So I love that, man. I love how, you know, that camaraderie, that support, man. It's going to take that, man. It's going to take that motivation, man. You know, as adults, man, if we don't motivate these youth, who will? If we don't do it, who's going to do it? Everybody. So, man, I love this, man. This is amazing. I love the program that you guys set up for those young men, man. And interested in learning more about Ed White, my former high school. Learning how you're going to continue to impact those kids, especially with COVID. You know, some kids are not a part of after school programs. A lot of kids are not in school. And so kids need that interaction. Actually, a lot of kids are craving that type of interaction. So you're doing an amazing job with that. So I'm going to give out some money real quick. All right. So I have got 10 more cards to give out. All right. So here we go. Sergeant Henley brought out a special guest. His name was Marcus. And we'll see who can be the first person to do this real quick. Marcus shared some interesting things. But I want you to write in the chat box, we'll the first one. What were the 3 C's to success from Mr. Marcus? Let's go. The 3 C's to success. Let's see what we got here. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and boom. We have a winner. We have a winner already. We have Beverly. Beverly. If that's you, say that's me. I need to hear your voice. Claim your money. All right, Beverly, you are our 10th winner. All right, so we'll make sure you get your card as well. We're gonna go over to the next question. All right, so we need an 11th winner here. All right, let me see. Actually, I'm sorry, guys. Beverly, you were our 11th winner. We're actually gonna go to our 12th runner up here. So here we go. Mr. Marcus, when he spoke, he referenced something very, very, very important. All right. Who can tell me the name of the character that he referenced during his time to speak? He referenced a character. What was that character's name? What was that character's name? Okay. He referenced a character. He talked about building a wall. Okay. What was that character's name? Oh, exactly. All right. We got Miss Maggie Jones. You are the winner. Your pastor gonna be very proud of you. All right. So that was Nehemiah. All right. Excellent. All right. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do one more, and then before we leave, I have to do one particular piece here with Chester Daniels about reentry. Okay. So let's go here. Let's do another one. All right. Ooh, this is a real good one. This is a very good one. I need you to put, I need you to give me the entire piece of information. Okay. All right. So when was Axe Handle Saturday? Let's go. When was Axe Handle Saturday? Woo! Okay. Let's see. Keep going. Anybody else? Janice Hawkins, you got it. You are our winner, Janice Hawkins, and you are our 13th winner. Miss Janice Hawkins. Okay. All right, guys. We're gonna put a pause right there. I'm gonna still give out the rest of the cards. Don't forget that. But we do have one last piece here, and it is Mr. Chester Daniels. He's going to talk about re-entry. Mr. Chester Daniels, we need a 2-point conversion, okay? You know, we had a little flag on the play. We got a 2-point conversion. It's all good. All right, so I need you to take it home for us. Chester Daniels, you have the floor, sir. Once again, Mr. Chester Daniels.
He's coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. while he's coming, while we're at it, what was the first strategy Sergeant Henley spoke about to help more Black males stay at home? What was the first strategy he said that needs to happen? The first thing that needs to happen. Giving out another card. It was strategy number 1. All right. Yep, you got it. Zoom user, whoever your name is, Zoom user, go and put your name in the chat box. You are our 14th. You are 13th. You are our 13th winner. Go ahead and put your name in that chat box. You have won your $20 gift card. Okay. Make sure you put your name first name, and then the first initial of your last name for us. Okay, so I can know who you are. All right. Without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and talk about re-entry with Mr. Chester Daniels. And you have the floor, sir.
He's here.
Go ahead. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Chester Daniel, and I don't know if I can really match the other folk that were here today, but I really do appreciate all who spoke. I'm coming in as the person to kind of round this out. And it's very difficult to do that after lunch. I'd rather get you in your fresh, but let me just talk about a few things. Here at the Urban League, I coordinate the National Football League, National Urban League initiative called Inspired Change. Now, in the program, it talks about reentry, but I believe that I need to give you a little context. We heard an individual from the Jaguars talking about his connection, and I believe he talked about 3 C's. Don't ask me what those 3 C's are, but it is something that resonates with us here at the Jacksonville Urban League and certainly the National Urban League about the kind of things that the National Football League is doing really to inspire change in this community. But I have to give you a little context as to how the National Football League became involved in this Inspired Change initiative. And it started really with Colin Kaepernick. And I know that you should remember in 2016 when he willingly immersed himself into controversy by refusing to stand for playing the national anthem in protest of what he deemed was happening to African Americans and minorities in the United States. Now, he said something that was really profound at that time, and I want to just quote what he said at that time. He said, "I'm not going to stand up to show pride in a flag for a country that oppresses Black people and people of color." And in an interview, he also said, "To me, this is bigger than football, and it would be selfish on my part to look the other way. Their bodies in the street and people getting paid leave and getting away with murder." Now, in 2017, the National Football League decided to play a role in bringing about systemic change in our justice system. And working with the Players Coalition and an independent nonprofit entity and NFL teams, the league began to support programs and initiatives that reduce barriers to opportunities. And at that time, they pledged $90 million to an Inspired Change initiative focusing on 3 priority areas: education and economic advancement, police and community relations, and criminal justice reform. We also started to see linebacker Anthony Barr of the Minnesota Vikings. He had been involved with social justice since 2017, but on May the 25th of this year, with the killing of George Floyd, this actually stirred him to do more. And he was actually forcing the NFL to do something about change in the community. Now, the National Football League since 2017 spent just over $44 million in grants that have been awarded to organizations, and there are over 300 organizations across the country with this Inspired Change grant. Now, in January of this year, the National Urban League received a grant from the NFL. And with this grant, the Jacksonville Urban League has been pursuing some efforts to affect social change in this community. For the National Urban League, they've been looking at economic and education, economic advancement, police and community relations, just like the NFL, and criminal justice reform. The Urban League used these dollars really to support apprenticeship job programs and youth empowerment programs and reentry programs. Now, at the Jacksonville Urban League, we are actually inspiring change through our Center for Advocacy and Social Justice, where we are conducting a series of equity and social justice town hall meetings, focusing on youth and ex-offender populations. Topics that we are addressing here include changing the face of social justice, the ex-felon reentry problem in Jacksonville, including voter registration and expungement, the rule of law, law enforcement and community engagements with people of color, restorative justice and other means keeping youth and people of color from the school to prison pipeline, and a review of work that other communities are doing by community-led efforts. We just had a town hall meeting on Thursday of this week where we explored these kinds of topics. As far as the ex-offender population is concerned, we understand that in the United States has the most significant number of prisoners in jails globally. And that's about 2.3 million people, according to the New York Times. This is more than communist China, which is number 2 with 1.7 million people in prison. And for the 36,000 people released from prison every year in Florida, a felony conviction results in people being stripped of their civil justice rights, which for many represent a lifetime ban on voting and insurmountable financial obstacles. And rather than helping people become more productive members of society, these barriers reduce civic participation and make it difficult to earn a living and ultimately encourage recidivism. This is actually what's stated by the Florida Justice Institute. Now, the Jacksonville Urban League Center for Advocacy and Social Justice is working with the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition to clear barriers to full voting rights for ex-felons and obtaining employment, partnering with organizations such as Operation New School and Prisoners for Christ. The Urban League provides a conduit by which men and women who are released that are receiving help from Operation New Hope and Prisoners for Christ to access virtual training that includes certification and the ability to participate in our virtual town hall meetings. For the youth, we want to make sure that we reduce any of these youth from actually becoming involved in the school to prison pipeline. With our close relationship with the Jacksonville's children's rights and local universities, we are focusing on youth development. Our youth crime prevention program that is really a part of this community-wide event that we're having here today offers programs and services in education and youth development that empower youth to realize their full potential and aspire to become responsible and productive citizens. We are working with our local Jaguars football franchise to actually get some of their members to be mentors to these youth. And I am so pleased that we've had a representative from the Jaguars talking about those initiatives. And I want to assure you that we are part and parcel of making full use of what the Jaguars can help us do in combating crime among youth here locally. We already have an individual that came to us through the National Urban League, football player here locally, that is also committed to helping us with those efforts. But the National Football League is not only interested in reducing crime, it's also interested in helping people who actually want to make full use of what they're able to do. So they're also providing some assistance for individuals who are looking to qualify for a new home. They're looking at individuals who need some financial counseling, financial literacy, and people who might be having some landlord-tenant rights issues. And we do have here in Jacksonville at the Urban League qualified staff that are able to assist these individuals as well. Now, we want you to know that the Urban League is making a difference in the lives of individuals here. We hope you will join us in our effort. We want to thank you for listening.
All right, awesome so much. We really appreciate that presentation and learning more about what the NFL is doing. Absolutely. Absolutely. And learning what the NFL is doing to make an impact. You know, I just use the analogy of how we motivate a lot of our youth while they're on the field to score a touchdown, but really motivating them to be players in their own community. I think that's huge. And I love what the Urban League is doing in order to kind of push these initiatives forward in Jacksonville. So we're going to open up for questions. Anybody have any questions? Anybody want to share insight from that presentation? Something that really stuck with them? Like I said, our volunteers, you know, and then of course, you know, staff with the Jacksonville Urban League, they work really hard. So it's really good to hear from everybody else about what they think, what they learned from these presentations. So the floor is open for anybody. All right, I guess everybody ready for lunch, or if you already had lunch. All right. So I see, you know, Beverly says everyone very educational. You know, she said that earlier about some things, and then I like what Sergeant Henry says. That, you know, I condemn racism in any form. I deal with it by projecting my voice. Education, regardless of me being a police officer. I love people, and that's what stands more than anything. This is amazing. I have Jocelyn. She says, I like how many partnerships the JUL has to combat this issue in our community. This is really good. It's absolutely good here. All right, guys. All right. I want everybody to do this for me before we exit today, guys. I want you to write in the chat what was most insightful to you, what was most impactful to you, what was your teachable moment, what's something you're going to take away with you home that's going to be significant to you. Go ahead and put it in the chat. I believe that the Urban League can kind of use this feedback to know how awesome and how impactful this session was. So this is really good. Okay. I love it. I love it. So I spent about 30 seconds to go in and put those in the chat. And then I hope you guys are paying attention. So we're going to give it the rest of the cards here. And I'm going to let you guys know how many cards we have left to give away here. So we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then we got 12. All right, cool. All right. All right, in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and awesome. All right. This is going to be a very easy one, so pay attention. What school is Sergeant Henley currently working with? All right, here we go. I saw Janice Hawkins. Janice Hawkins was the first one. Janice, tell me yes or no if you've already received a card, because I'm taking my tabs here. Janice, is this your first card? I thought I saw Janice earlier. You can put yes or no. All right. Miss Janice, you are our winner. Now, I'm gonna need you to claim that. So you need to put yes or no if you've already received one. Like I have another Janice on here. All right. So you've already received the card, Miss Janice. I'm taking that as yes. All right. All right. So I'm gonna go to. All right. Thank you, Janice. I really appreciate that. All right. Appreciate your honesty. We talked about character. I love it. Let somebody else get that money. Anyways, the next one we going to is this. Got team president. Oh, this is really good. Sergeant Stanley talked about one strategy, which was he talked about teen pregnancy was his first strategy. What was strategy number 2? Sergeant Stanley talked about to help more African Americans stay in the home. Strategy number 2. Going once, not jobs, good try. Good try. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? All right, that strategy was plain old simple, being respectful, being respectful. That was it. That was a pretty easy one. All right. This is another question that we have from our last presentation. All right. And that is from Mr. Daniels. The NFL spent blank amount since 2017 on grants for inspired change. The NFL spent blank amount since 2017 on grants for inspired change. Woo! Dante Jennings. Dante Jennings. You just threw the touchdown. You are the winner. All right, Dante Jennings for $44 million. That is correct. Somebody was taking some notes. I love it. All right, so you also are a winner. And I'm going to speed through the rest of these because we're going to have Dr. Danford give closing remarks. All right, so that's awesome. I got you locked in on that one. All right. Next up, there are blank million people in prisons and jails within the United States. There are blank million people in prisons and jails in the United States. What is that amount? Blank million. It's in the millions. All right. In the United States. Don't be going to Google. I see some of y'all with your head down going to Google. Don't do it. Don't do it. We talked about character. Don't do it. Okay. We got Miss Danford International. Here we go. Nope. Listen, is that Dr. Danford right there with Danford International? 2.3 million. Danford International. I think that's Dr. Danford. You are the winner. You got that locked and loaded. That is 2.3 million. It pays to read the statistics about what's going on. All right, so you are our winner. I'm gonna go ahead and lock and load right there. See how many we got left here. This is good. This is good. So I got 13, and then I got 14, then I got 15, and then I got 16. All right. See if we can do a few more. All right, here we go. It's gonna be really hard. All right. So they talked about 2.3 million people are in prisons and jails and within the United States, but we compared that number to China. What is the amount of people in jails and prisons in China? What is the amount of people in prisons and jails in China. Mm. Ouch, 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 ouch. Can anybody try? You might get close. Anybody going once? Going twice? Anybody else? All right, Dennis Stone, you are extremely close. I'm gonna allow you to be the winner. Dennis Stone, you have a card. It is 1.27 million. All right. So Dennis Stone, you are the winner for that one there. Now this one right here, I'm gonna take y'all all the way back if y'all was paying attention. And I'm going back to our presentation about workforce development. Okay. Workforce development. And that was with Miss Julia Henry Wilson. I want to know the name of the company that is partnering with her program for apprenticeships. Once again, what is the name of the company that's partnering with her program for apprenticeships for her students? What is the name of that company? Ooh, Miss Cherry. Hey, I like the way you swagged it out because you did it like effortlessly. She's like, I got this. I love it. Starlita, you are correct. It is Miller Electric. Miller Electric. All right, y'all. We're almost done here. We're almost done here. Y'all stay tuned. Stay with me. I know it's 2 o'clock. All right, guys. We got that one. And then we have, all right, cool. All right, guys. We're going to do one more. Here's the last one, guys. Here is the last one. All right. One you guys haven't done yet. All right. Ooh, this is gonna be easy, but you got to do it fast. Here we go. During the cybersecurity presentation, there was an acronym. What does WWGS stand for? Let's go. WWGS. Last one. WWGS. Gotta be specific. Okay. You can't get 2 cards. You can't get 2 cards. Hold on. We got a winner. We got a winner. The winner is Estella. Let me see. Hold on. Because Starlita, she just had hers. Miss Cherry, I love it though. It is What Would Grandma Say? Estella Dixon, you are our final winner for today. Give everybody a big round of applause. All right, guys, we're getting ready to close out. We have the amazing Dr. Richard Danford. He's going to close out for today and give some closing remarks. We look forward to transitioning out. Okay, and Miss Rhonda, if you have anything, you have the floor too as well. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are we on?
Yes.
All right.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I tell you, I had a good time today. It's and what a wealth of knowledge and our presenters, how knowledgeable they were. I tell you, we're really fortunate and blessed to have partnerships and individuals working with us and over many, many, many years. And, you know, I want to send a shout out for our host today, Travis Pinkney. I think he deserves a round of applause. As usual. And at the beginning of the program, they are not here, but we have Pastor Mark Griffin with us, the Honorable Charles Cofer from the Public Defender's Office, Councilwoman Joyce Morgan, Octavius Holloway from the State Attorney's Office, and of course, Chief T.K. Waters from the Sheriff's Office. A major shout out to Dr. Dorothy Russ, who happens to be one of our young professionals. And I tell you, we're really, really proud of the work that she's doing. Workforce development, our own Julia Henry Wilson, is in the house. Thank you, Ms. Julia. Ms. Peters, again, thank you for joining us. I mean, a great presentation around a very critical and important entity, human trafficking. Dr. Natalie Mitchell, I tell you, another one of our young professionals, and I know UNF are extremely proud to have her. What a major presentation for us. I learned a lot, and I tell you, when I learn something, I mean, it's really big, because I don't learn too much more. But thank you, Dr. Mitchell. And then Mrs. Stalitha Cherry, thank you for opening up and talking, I mean, you have the experience, you made it through that experience, and so thank you for continuing the work. Fortunately, I never experienced my family, my dad beating my mother. And I consider myself very fortunate. So thank you for those words of wisdom. And I tell you, Sergeant Richard Henley, not Stanley, it's Sergeant Richard Henley with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. He spent a number of years working with the Urban League and our youth. We're extremely proud of him. He's still sergeant. We're going to see if we can't get him a promotion. Maybe I'll send a letter to the sheriff, see if that'll help. But thank you so much, Sergeant Henley. So with that, this has been recorded. Chester presented on the reentry. We look forward to working with the NFL, the local Jaguars organization, and that's pretty much it. Join us for our next town hall training, meeting, etc. And I want to thank Dwight James. Let's give Dwight. I tell you, trying to manage this technology, we've done this a number of times, but there's always a little glitch, but we're getting a lot better at it, and certainly Dennis Stone in the back is helping us certainly with our infrastructure, our technical infrastructure, and so we're happy about that. Anything else, Wanda?
No, that's it.
Okay, so again, thank you all very much, and I wish you Godspeed. And if you have not voted, make certain that you do that, and may the force be with all of us. Thank you.
All prize winners, the information below is in the chat box. Jacksonville Urban League phone number, give them a call, leave your name and your address to receive your prize. God bless.